And we're back. And I hope y'all are ready for some more, um, fun? Yeah, we'll go with fun. That's definitely a thing. Let's do it. Wait, how many hours, camper? Anyways, so Ellie got the latest scoop on the victor spoils our many-faced friend has their eyes on. Have you visited the Colosseum as of late? There's a tournament in the works, and it's going to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by Amalgina and Sons Mineral Concerns. Master Figris will be furnishing prizes from his personal collection. Yes, I'm familiar with the concern. I've heard not to be. Oh, Walker making sure I stay hydrated. He's also renowned for being a martial arts enthusiast. I can't help that. But the long and the short answer is, well, I wasn't going to be going to visit the family anyways. So of all the things I could have gotten done, getting more streaming done seemed like the best option. And so that's what was done. Streaming is the highest priority right now on my overall priority list, so... I mean, I love the theater and I love the Trek rewrite, but both of those are a secondary concern right now to getting the streaming backlog to the point where I can consider myself actually caught up with the schedule, which I haven't been for literally years at this point. And yeah, I saw your message, Olivia Ruth. I wouldn't worry about that. We're not anywhere near doing an FF6 theater. Oh, we'll finish ARR this week, but yeah, ARR I always knew was going to be one of the longest ones. You need to be rude. Share your findings. Or die. Okay. Come to have a laugh at my expense before returning to pen your latest front page feature, huh? Alright. There's strange things afoot. Like these people, apparently. Hotch, Q, and Hamo. Uh-oh. Hutchin is in no condition to fight. No! Poor Hutchin. Mishap. It was sabotage! Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate the competition. There's Hutchin. Should you not be resting your wounds? Forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I'd been quicker with Mantra, we would still be 4 men strong. Do not break yourself so. In victory and defeat, the Mantravilles fight as one. I'll not be getting back into fighting Fettel by arsing about in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. Let's do it. Hutchin, for you, I am always ready. That's what I hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring over the Sagoli. Sir, we're gonna have to... Sirs, we're gonna have to ask you to stop. Public indecency. Or not indecency. What's it called? When you make too much... Like, you make a racket in public. Like, that's an actual crime. When you make too much noise. Like, if you... Imagine you're walking down Main Street and you've just got a boombox out at full volume. I can't think what that's called. Public disturbance. That's it. Or disturbing the peace. So, yeah, strange things afoot. With mere days left, a staggering number of would-be combatants have been withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of mass melee. The Phantom Thieves Challenge. Gladiators dropping like flies. This is no mere coincidence! I must speak to the person in charge of the event. It's this person. Let's go talk to them. I gotta say, it's nice working for someone, competent and skilled and having a brain instead of, Hildibrand. Yeah, I'm from the Mithril Eye, totally. I totally work for the newspaper. Let's see. Never blinking, all seeing. You know the deal. Yes, you must be Dower Meadow. We need to ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Who am I to argue with free publicity? Well, it's clearly not a Japanese company. Tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you see me complaining, provided there's someone left to fight. They're free to investigate as you wish, but be smart and exercise some caution. Recent events have everyone a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took off another's head for insulting the color of his solby. Looks like another one, though. Those two aren't in the entry books. Oh, for God's sakes. And as our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook on the gentleman inspector, channeling his strength for his next attack, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Briarden, as efficient as ever, I see. A true gentleman eschews violence. Cough, cough. You were thinking. It annoyed me. Dower Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes, and be brief. I was wondering when you might ask. Master Fargus has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tourney the Colosseum's ever seen. Here's a crystal snail, even. The Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere outside of Karn. The second and third place prizes are not going to be shared, apparently. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the fleet last time. If you want your treasure safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it. I have it all day. Here, I can't do that. After all, what proof do I have you aren't Mr. Many Faces in one of his elaborate get-up? No, if you want your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim as anyone other would. In battle! Matter of fact, with the ranks thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting. Of course they are. Now, where did the receptionist go? Over here, you slimy blogger. Give me a moment, will you? I've only got 8 arms. Or are they legs? Hi, Ultros. To be clear, this is not the Ultros. Let's just lay that out there. Ultros is not a dimensional traveler. I don't care what 13.2 says. You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avila the grand tour. Inspector Hildibrand, look, he's purple! Astute as ever. This color, the overabundance of appendages. I smell a case! Ah, it's just my receptionist, Ultrost. At least they don't call him... I don't remember his Japanese name. I remember it's weird. Hang on. So now I gotta find it. Hang on. Orthos, that's it. Orthos. Anyways, that's Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly bugger, but he's weird friendly enough. Word has it he's one of the many bizarre creatures born from recent experiments with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturge's Guild. And you just decided to hire them for that. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others when he opened his slobbering mouth and pleaded for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything. Anything. So, management hired him to do odd jobs about the Colosseum. And I'm ever glad they did. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. She's already got tentacles, though, up top there. Appropriate reaction. I know not who you are or where you hail from, and I don't care. If you dare challenge me, the Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that's me! I just love it when she talks tough. Now, who's the chump who wanted to get a pummeling by my lovely little Avi? Why are you looking at me? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing damsels than fighting them, I shall have little course. I, Hildibrand, shall do what must be done to... Laura will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Lore runner? You do look like a runner. I can't tell if that's a dig or not. Oh, he at least recognizes me. Hear that clink, clink, clink? That's the sound of Gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out that the true Eorzean hero will be stepping into the ring to fight in the Mithril Cup. Oh, I reckon your friend can tag on, too. Sign him up, Ulti. Yeah, get me in the books, Ultros. That's hysterical, Valvenders. And yeah, I stand by that statement, by the way. I actually gave First Soldier a real shot, because it looks like they have some decent systems if it was on a real, like a real game. But it's not, and it's also completely covered in just some of the most frustrating mobage crap. Anyways, now we just need to make sure Lore doesn't come down with a curious injury. Good freaking luck! And Avila was quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. I'm already 10 steps ahead of you. That Ultros fellow seems most knowledgeable about her. Come, Nashu. The investigation is afoot! As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest our first priority is keep Lore safe? I'm sorry. Your goal here is to... Your goal is to keep me safe. Have you ever... I can't remember what it is. It's like a comic. And there's this vicious, giant death tiger. And there's these adorable cubs are like, don't worry, we'll keep you safe. And the tiger's just like, thank you for the protection. It's just... Appreciate the intent. Sorry, a little coffee today. Let's see. Mr. Red asked a question yesterday. What are two Star Trek characters you would call kindred spirits who are not Quark and Odo, or Spock and McCoy, or any of the other ones like Tom and Harry, or Bashir and O'Brien? So I have to come up with a new one. A brand new kindred spirit, which also isn't Archer and Tucker. They're all... What do you want from me, Mr. Red? I don't even understand your question. Yes, I'm entering the tournament. Look, I have a suspicion or two, which I'll happy to share with you. But in the end, you have to protect yourself. Okay. My instincts tell me this girl is bad news. Don't take it from me when you hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just a few days ago. There's this dude who's currently still resting from having fought her. Oh, let's go talk to him, then. I mean, it's a great scene. It's actually probably the best scene in the film, Octaft. But I don't think it shows off his genius. I just think it's a great scene. Call me the weirdo. Come to have a laugh at Raging Rat's expense, huh? Is there not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Hey, Jesse Ward. I hope the migraine goes away as swiftly as it can. Jumps up in my arse. Have you not a wit of delicacy? Never mind. Look, the records say I lost, but I admit to nothing. That girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest played more like sorcery. She's up to no good. If she wasn't so easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. She's on a Megan. You got nothing to lose with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you've got nothing to lose? That is actually racist. Yes, why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? Yeah, I'm with her on this one. Lord, let's be on our way. I didn't mean offense, it's just how it is. Uh-huh. Look, it's not my fault that they're horribly... Okay. Like, that is pretty much the equivalent of someone saying, it's not my fault that all Mexicans are lazy and tired. I'm just telling it how it is. And then there's just a smack. thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles between your eyes. We might make an inspectress out of you yet. I'll give you a wrinkle, you insensitive boar. What the man says is true. It's likely her fellow Alamegans might sympathize. An accomplice wouldn't be out of the question. Yes, I see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and common desire for justice. Raise eyebrow. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind every which way. Avila and Ultros, a match made in heaven! Were it any more obvious, I could have solved the case without leaving home. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Master Ultros should still be at the Colosseum. Let's hurry before he slithers off to wherever he came from. He came from the fricking Don't look at me, lady. I'm not a part of this. Colin Peluso asks, has there ever been a single mobile game you actually thought was good? Yes. So, my initial answer was that Ultros is being Ultros. Yes, it's Ultros. Behold those exquisite legs, the stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He's plotting to be a creep. He speaks! Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. Yes, he is propositioning her. And she is, color me surprised, not interested. The girl has fled in a panic. He is discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag. Or how they would sag if he had shoulders! Our quarry's on the move. We must pursue! So, ironically, Plants vs. Zombies 2 was one that occurred to me as being a good game in the past. It has since become a bad game. But it did used to be a good game. So I'll give it that. I was also going to mention, and I can't remember the name of the developer, so give me a second. Let's see here. Who made you? Kairosoft. Pretty much every Kairosoft game is actually worth a damn. They're similar format, but they've been iterating on the format and making them, you know, better, each one, so. And that's the full list for me. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What's he plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they'd taste wonderful in a good marinara. Ah, marinara. Oh, he speaks! She's wielding a frying pan. Do you notice that? Another girl rushes off. What did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery? Oh yeah, and Fallout Shelter. I always forget that's a mobile game. So there you go. That's 3. Well, 2 and then a developer. Poor misunderstood Ulti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was a gentle soul, luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes. Can we return to the investigation now? If Avila is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should follow her around a bit. You know, maybe. An excellent idea. Let us go. Don't think Uncle Alti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, huh? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I? Come on now, I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, and the admiration of millions. Can't Uncle Alti dream? Well, kids, I hate to ink and run. Then again, I am an octopus. Why is... Hi, Robostal. Which class? Which game, for that matter? Yes, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. Yeah, where do you get your outfit? It looks really cool. Something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. I'll warn you, though, you should keep your distance. That poor bugger Gatlin tried to interview her. Thought the girl was going to rip his head off. She doesn't seem kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature. Sure. Well, I can think of one tank class which is worse than that in FF14, Robostal, so... You're not at the bottom of the list. Oh. Look, I'm sorry. Paladin early on is just so boring. It does get there eventually, but god dang, I think Paladin might be one of the latest classes to actually come into its own in this game. Like, most classes around the 50 to 70 range start becoming cool, but Paladin's just like, no, don't mind me. I'm just over here sucking. I mean, I will admit... Oh, wrong outfit. Hang on. Try that again. Aw. Oh, whatever. It does have some benefits. But anyways. Back to being the dark of darkness. Behold the lovely Miss Avila, as predicted. Let's keep watch from here so as not to set off the girl's famed temper. How many times have I tell you? There's no conscious concern. The spoils will be mine! Do you realize what this means? We have suffered, and suffered long, but my victory will mark a new era. Just as Roban won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people! The prize I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000, no, 10,000-fold! And in a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter of the old dons no longer. And with that, I must be off to the Nawama Mines to meet my sister. I deduce her chances of falling on the battlefield are infinitesimal. She's fighting me. Tried to steal a Vila from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it. Heavens no, this is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would give me a lesson? They're on to me! Preposterous. Could it be the musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? Let's try to cram as many FF6 lines into this as we can. Ahem. I see. In any event, I shudder to think what might happen if an unsuspected passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me! Heave-ho! You gotta be kidding me! I guess Team Ultros is blasting off again. It's okay. Ultros is better than Hildibrand, so I'll take it. I'm pretty sure it is quite literally the model from FF13, too. They actually take several models from other games and effectively copy-paste them into this game. Like, later on, we'll be seeing some Dissidia NT models in this game. That maiden in mining garb must be the sister. Let's listen a bit closer. Thought we agreed. No hard labor till your leg is healed. I swear sometimes you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Maybe someday you'll understand your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Why not, Hegelina? I've taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value it at some 30 million gil. I wouldn't mind that. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from Eshtames, sun-silk dresses. All the luxuries you've ever wanted will be yours. The poor girl in shabby clothes, object of pity and scorn for the old-done upper-crust days, are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place on top of society. Pro tip, this isn't how this works. You ever wonder about the distinction between new money and old money? Well, I don't know, Avi. Wealth is all well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum with hundreds of thousands cheering your name, I'm proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stay together, this alone is the wealth I ask for. That's your problem, Hegelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than you're worth. Worry not. Your sister is watching over you. I will do this. For us! I must return. God forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. It's my Avi, unfazed by duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. God smile on you, sister, and be safe. It's okay, she's a paladin. I got this. We all know paladins suck. A more moving display of sisterly love I've not seen, yet I fear it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues. It would seem her obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. You have a sister, Ellie? Spectre, did you hear what I heard? Look, kids. Uncle Alti has had it up to here with you. Notice the bump. You think you can just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? Talking to you, Mr. Warrior Light. You hear that sound? Just keep stepping closer. Not you, you idiot. No need for concern, friends. I have simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground. I'm pleased to report nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Shall we return? The Mithril Cup is starting soon. Could it be? Did the musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seemed completely unsurprised by this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think you mean I'm going to show mercy on you, you've got another thing coming. Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the other one was round. Technically, yes, Von Falkenstein. Several years ago. This is one of the only bits of repeat content we're doing here. Ah, Hildibrand. Just think. Between him and Ellie and Nushu, they might almost have one brain between them. That's an interesting question, Ventures, which... Do me a favor, could you put that in the question queue so I can answer it later? Yes, is something the matter? We're on the tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed Inspector senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary lurking about. 2 bumps now.
Yep, he's so cleverly hidden. This time you're really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to my not-so-little friend from the Coliseum. He's large, he's in charge, and most of all, he's hungry.
Is he going to show up anytime now?
What the world is he? I haven't got all day. My chimera! Who's this half-naked fool?
Father, could it be the aura of unmitigated murderous rage I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. What brings you and your friends to these parts? Is he wearing sandals? Is that the only clothing he's wearing is his sandals? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father. With that, we must return to Ul'dah. If you've not heard, your son is set to compete in the Mithril Cup. Ooh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. Underwear doesn't count. Underwear is default. So the only clothing he's wearing, you're right, he's got his glasses and his slip and his sandals on, and that's it.
That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father. I may never go to the family reunions. Who is this inspector anyway?
Hildy is a worthy rival, if ever there were one.
Who goes there?
Oh, sandals are default too? I didn't actually know that in this game. So he's only wearing his glasses.
Hildy, Law, I have been waiting for this day. Well, looky what we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. Friend of the inspector, mayhap?
I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist. And I am not the inspector's friend so much as his enemy.
That makes 2 of us. Perk up, Gulliver. This might be our lucky day.
Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... Call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Lore is a formidable foe.
That sounded like high praise coming from a big fellow like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as his sidekick, that inspector must be something indeed.
I will eat you alive if you don't take that back. Screaming. You will be screaming. I don't know what brings you to battle against those two, but I warn you, you will end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I am off. For reasons I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Poor Gilgamesh. Lore, I will not fall so easily this time.
Well, looks like I got my legs full. All 8 of them. But if that adventure's too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring on a friend. A
supply twisted ring calling to the undulations of the creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck! I think that answers your question, Linnea Ruth.
Nobody here besides octopodes.
Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. Yeah, no, this is not canon. One of the wealthiest men in Ul'dah chasing down a giant purple octopus while naked is not canon.
Muscleheads hate him!
That's a good question, Ventures. I'm not sure. It's super not canon. You can literally never convince me that this is canon. There's a lot of weird things that happen in this setting, but that's not one of them. These are joke quests. They exist within the realm of jokitude. Which is good, because otherwise I'd have to give this a bunch of negatives for being nonsensical nonsense. So, Venters says, which game has the better new player experience, FF14 or WoW? Oh, that's actually a really tough question. So gameplay-wise, WoW, absolutely. WoW absolutely stomps FF14 from a new game player perspective, from a gameplay perspective. Story-wise, so the thing is, and I hate to say this, but I don't think FF14 has a particularly good new player experience from a story perspective, but it certainly has a better story perspective than WoW does. So I would probably give that one to FF14. And that about summarizes the two games in a nutshell, doesn't it? WoW is better on gameplay, and FF14 is better on story. Yeah, FF14 has been slowly getting better about its tutorialization. I've actually shown off several of those bits over the last week. But WoW really does start you in with, here's an MMO. Like, the new island is actually really cool in terms of new player experience. And I mean that legitimately. From a gameplay angle. And I gotta keep emphasizing that. Because the story-wise, it's like, hey! Oh, by the way, you're going to the afterlife. What? Yeah, just the afterlife. Because there's only one in Warcraft setting. Oh, I know, Lunaruth. We were talking earlier on Discord. If we could magically Q-snap the best features of 14 and WoW together, that would just be the best MMO right there. Oh my god. Like, FF14's drive and care and most of its story focus, and several of its gameplay mechanisms and mechanics, with a lot of WoW's gameplay mechanics and systems and interface and netcode and just, oh god, that would be so good. Never happening. Never happening. I don't think that's even possible. Wait, why would we support Max? Nobody plays games on Max, Lunaruth. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. I am one shabby-looking octopus. I tell you, they don't pay me enough for this. But all that's gonna change, isn't it, buddy? Funga! Ah, Mr. Ultros. Just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping you might enlighten us. Oh my god, who gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises? I fell down the stairs. I get lost. Funga. Ouch. You have my sympathies, good sir. Is it a challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8? Is there someone in your office? Ow! What gave you that idea? I'm, fumigating the place. For pests. Like you. Don't you have a battle to fight? Funga. Inspector, I think something's alive in there. That's just me talking to myself. Funga! Yes, working as a receptionist is fun. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still you find joy and fulfillment in your work. Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Lore, if you come with me a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Yeah, sure. Oh no, I can't go past the thing, because this is FF8. I'm trapped! I'm trapped! Oh god! Anyways, by the way, in FF14 1.0, Not that this would happen, but if you were somehow in this situation, you'd just be trapped, because you couldn't jump in FF14 1.0. So you would just be stuck here. Until you've regenerated enough anima to teleport out. Just think about that for a second. Well, is your investigation borne any fruit? I see. She seeks to win the tourney and claim fortune to raise her and her sister out of poverty. Fortunately, furthermore, she has implied she has taken necessary precautions to ensure her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly avoided a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, the strange octopus appeared worse for the wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Almegan girl and Ultras are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It is not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done research on her eight-legged friend. It would appear Ultras has become something of a regular at Uldah's taverns and houses of pleasure. I suspect he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and himself, earning a healthy commission. There's also the matter of the Tempest Blade, that is rumored to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means I fear your life is still in danger. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane. I would take a stab in the dark, but those contents may yet provide answers. I mean, wrong, but sure, okay, let's do it. There's nothing wrong with being wrong, right? Right. Okay, I was gonna say. To find some refuse here. That's a good question, Lunar Ruth. So, I mentioned this yesterday about how I was disappointed that all they're doing is graphics updates, but the hope, and it is a hope, I don't actually have a speculation on the matter, is that the graphics updates will also necessitate code updates, tech debt updates. But to my knowledge, please feel free to jump in and tell me I'm stupid, there has been no actual word of actually going in and just updating and optimizing code. Everyone in chat, you're wrong, Lore! I know. So I found random refuse, which is moving. A sack, even more foul, selling the gore it was lying in. Singot Sundries? It would seem the merchant has had dealings with the squishy mass of tentacles. Let's pay a visit to him. Do we have to? You know, von Falkenstein, that sounds an awful lot like you actually know a great deal about the inner workings of the minds of the super rich. Is there something you need to tell us about, von Falkenstein? Sorry, I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. Wait, did Ultros send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and distinctive aroma, they're only for my most discerning of customers, which Master Ultros is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles somehow be connected? No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Briarden, it wounds me. Wounds me! You would sneak off and conduct your investigation without me. And to steal away law here, this gentleman is not impressed. Can I help you? Good gods, what's that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like you to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many a Gul'dan gourmet. I particularly enjoy the slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might I be so bold as to ask the recipe? Explain. It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney's about to begin. Let's go. Okay. That is what I said, Pretzel. People who pretend to be rich do everything in their power to impress other people so that they think more highly of them. People who are actually rich do whatever the hell they want to. That's not speculation. That's how that is. That's how that's been for a very long time. But then again, most of the time when people think of rich people, they don't think about actually rich people. They think about, you know, lower rich range. There you are. Starting close to start without you. However, Ultros has joined at the last second. Everyone's making money. Ready to go die? Yeah, sure. Ugh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever-charitable friends, the Emulsionate and Sons concern. Your concern is our concern. Is about to begin. Gotta get that slogan in there. Mandatory. Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Who will be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo? Lore, the famed warrior of light? Or, what was that grinning fool? All right. Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Or will be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain.
I'm here. Did you miss me?
I'd say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. Okay. You know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then it's just the two of us. I'll take the die. And share your winnings. I've not forgotten our promise. It's not a battle. That's an actual paladin ability. Look at Avila's bait split. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction. They breed him tough in Alamigo. That's not what the Garleans tell me. Oh, by all means, bring it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm, literally. Nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting's giving Uncle Alty an appetite. It's time for dinner yet. Wait a minute. Roasted truffles! Braised in savory sauce, like Buddy used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full where that came from.
That meddling musclehead!
What's taking him so damn long? Girl's gaze gives it away. Open the gate at once. So hi, Chupon. Or whatever they call him in this one. Unga! What's that monstrosity?
Mr. Typhon! Is that your stomach I hear rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps?
Hildibrand, what are you doing? Look at this charming little nose. Perhaps it is suffering from the case of the sniffles? What are you doing? Funga! Could it be? Avila's vaunted Tempest Blade was the monster all along. The girls played us all for fools. She's a cheat! She's a dirty cheat!
Look at me, it's her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus.
You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend.
I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know? Yeah, for my work and all? Come on, Dower. Has Uncle Alti ever lied to you?
What'd I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan. Alamegans, beggars and brutes, a lot of them. We give them a home, and this is the thanks we get. Send her to Garlemald for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. I've decided to kill those people.
I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her. But rules are rules, right? Now, if Uncle Alti may be so bold. I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the three main competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Lore here. What do you say, Mr. Godslayer?
All truce! All truce! All truce! Well, this is the most unprecedented turn of events. There really isn't, Takoida. Whoops! The venue, Halatali, the fighters, tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus the Godslayer. Gods, plural. Hildibrand, are you coming down? You know what? Actually, just stay up there. Or not. So, to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, and will be positioned to a so as to appear coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, I have no choice. Let's go make for Halatali. Yeah, I know, right, Blade Javal? Yep, I've killed... Yep, yep, I guess that's all there is to that. Oh my gosh. By the way, anybody want to join in for the Ultros and Typhon fight? We're getting pretty close to it. Otherwise, I'll just hug it. We're probably going to be pugging it anyways, this early. Well, this tourney's turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I need preparing consolation prizes for the melee, looks like I won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in spectators and profits, I couldn't give a gnat's arse. I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of them's the size of a house. Here's the deal. Why don't you bring around 7 of your friends instead? Okay. So Blade Terval asks, how much do you value class and job balance? Not at all! Patooey, I say! Let's make one class extremely overpowered to the point where it's the only class you can bring for every raid ever. Because this is WoW BC. No, I am pretty big on class balance. It's actually one of the reasons why I tend to be so anti-adding new classes at this point in time. Because you've already got a gigantic juggling mess to try to keep things balanced, you know? Adding more to the mix just makes it exponentially harder each new class you add. So, problematic. That being said, I am actually grateful. Yeah, I agree with that, Rex. I am grateful to both WoW and FF14, which don't do what all the old MMOs did. For those of you who don't remember, back in the Bronze era, especially, anytime a new something would be added, class or spec or ability or skill change or whatever, they would go ahead and balance everything down. In other words, they'd add up something new and just made up numbers. Its overall power level was 1.3, and everything else's power level was 1.1. So they would bring the new class down to 1.1. Oh, but there's this other thing that's been discovered, so we have to bring everything down to 0.9. I know that power creep is a thing and all that, but in my personal opinion, both as a developer and as a gamer, it always feels better and is frankly a better move to balance up rather than balance down. There are some exceptions to that, of course, but you get my point. Like if something is like a 2.9 or whatever, that's a bit too much. That probably needs to be brought down. But if it's just a slight thing or something is just slightly stronger than everything else, then yeah, no, balance everything else up rather than balancing that thing down. Anyway, sorry, moving on. You do ask a second question, Blade Travel. You said, do you prefer FF14's method? One job, but everything relatively well balanced, or WoW, which has substantially better options, but less viable builds? That's a good question. So let me go ahead and say, as a player, I do prefer the... let's actually not use WoW as an example. Let's say the Diablo 3 example. Because there are many, many, many builds in Diablo 3. And the higher up... We've actually talked about this before. The higher up you get in terms of difficult content in Diablo 3, the less builds are viable. Like, the further down you go, you can do whatever, right? You can just do whatever the hell you want. And then, as you creep up in difficulty, less and less and less builds are viable until you get to the absolute highest end of things, at which case there is only one viable build per class. But I'm actually fine with that. That actually makes perfect sense. Because the only time it actually matters is for the absolute highest end of ridiculous extreme stuff. And I'm fine with there being one perfect build or one perfect class for the actual extreme of difficulty. I've talked about that before. For everything else, you can bring multiple different builds, and most of them are viable, and that's awesome. So, in short, I do tend to prefer being able to customize my class and whatnot. In fact, no joke, one of the things I've been working on over the last few days in my incredibly copious amounts of spare time, aka the time I spend in the shower and while cooking, because that's about the only thinking time I have right now, is I've been putting together more of the new Magasan rule set for whenever I get to start GMing again. And one of the things I've kind of fully decided is, because one of the biggest questions I had, and I debated this a lot with both Third, who is a professional GM, and my sister, who has a lot of experience in the matter, is whether or not there should be customization at all. Because D&D as exists, like 5th edition right now, has customization? Barely. D&D has customization the same way FF14 has customization. You choose your class. Now that's fine. I'm not dissing that. I'm just saying in my book, that's not really customization. That's just you pick a class and it's good, which is fine. But I've decided after some thought I don't want to do that. I'd rather give my players options when they're leveling to decide how they want their class to be. I prefer to try and lean more towards an FF5 approach rather than an FF4 approach, you know? Now that is harder to balance, of course, which brings us back to your question. How much do you value balance? But I feel like I've already given that answer away. The further down in difficulty, the more balanced things should be. The further up, the less balanced they should be. So, I'm in favor of builds, and I do think, based on experience, it is possible to balance them. I'm just going to pretend none of this is happening on my screen here, by the way. I'm just going to look over here. Yep. There's no FF14 over here. Just look at the chat. That's why you play 3.5. Ridiculous! I mean, I like 3.5 that well enough, too, but... Man. I'm fine with just pugging, Rex. I sort of assumed. We're probably going to be pugging the last one, too. Which is a shame, because it's probably the best fight of this bundle. That's okay. Jesse Ward says, this is actually a good question, and what is the perfect number of classes for a given game? So, that's a really good question, and unfortunately the answer is, it depends, which I know is not the answer you're looking for. But if you're talking about, let's go ahead and narrow this down a little bit. Let's assume we're talking about an MMO. What is the perfect number of classes for an MMO? So, let me go ahead and start by saying that 3 is too few, and 30 is too high. And I'm not just making up those numbers, but I'm giving you a bit of a range. It has to be somewhere in between those two numbers. FF14, in terms of combat classes, has 19 classes. I legitimately think 19 classes is too much. And that's a shame, because FF14 classes are awesome, and I would hate to lose out on anything except for Black Mage and Ninja, which both suck. But the point is, 19 combat classes that count. That's not counting the fact that we also have all those crafting classes, and those gathering classes, and Blue Mage. So, excuse me. I don't know if there is such a thing as an absolute perfect number in terms of an MMO. If we were to use the FF14 system, so let's say we've got tank, healer, melee, ranged physical, magical, ranged magic, ranged physical, ranged magical. There we go. Sorry. So we've got 5 roles, 5 archetypes, right? So obviously at that point we have established a new minimum, 5. But actually I would say 10 would be a pretty good number there. Just having 2 of each. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, 2 of each isn't really all that different, but hear me out for just a second. Imagine how much you could vary each class if you didn't have to design 4 tanks, but you only had to design 2. Think about all the abilities and all the unique gimmicks and mechanisms and mechanics and systems and functionality that you could split up into 2 classes instead of 4. Now, if you've heard me say this before, if this sounds familiar, it's because you watched my WoW Legion lore run, where I talked about this with regards to Demon Hunters. For those of you not aware, over in WoW, the way they have it is they've got specs. That's effectively your actual class. And then they've got talents, which is how you customize your class. And there's other things I'm not going to get into right now. But in WoW, every class has 3 specs because that's what was expected, and they didn't really think about it. So they were kind of chained to the idea of 3 specs. In Legion, they actually made a brave move. They reduced the number of specs for Demon Hunter from 3 to 2. Now, a lot of people complained about this because, of course, they did. But I was 100% in favor of that. And for the reasons they actually did it, which they fulfilled on, I feel like pointing out. Rather than trying to spread out Demon Hunter into 3 specs, they really concentrated their effort on really making the tank Demon Hunter and the DPS Demon Hunter much better designed and much more unique, and really fleshing out those 2 specs rather than trying to smear it out across 3, and it worked very well. And yes, Druid has 4. Moving on. Druid is Druid. We're not talking about Druid. Nobody likes Druids. Now, it's the same concept with regards to classes in 14. Why does the music keep coming and going? I'm not even moving. Anyways, thank you, Cat Horse, very much. I am super not looking forward to that run. I hope you are, though. I hope that's not as terrible as I fear. And I will put that towards Riftbreaker, which, is that on the list? Is that game? That game doesn't sound familiar. Hang on. What is Riftbreaker? Let's go to my website here really quick. Rex, what are we waiting on? Riftbreaker. It is on the list. I don't know what it is, but it's there. And that means it's already been vetted. Done. Thank you again very much. We were in the queue that whole time? Oh my god. Wow! I didn't even notice. That took a minute. Jeez. I thought you were just waiting for people to queue. God, I've been spoiled by tank queue times. But anyways, to finish my thoughts, I feel like the same thing could apply in FF14. Really flesh out 2 tanks instead of 4. Really flesh out 2 healers instead of 4. Really play FF6 music instead of 14, etc.
Seafood soup is not on the menu today, kids.
That is just straight up the FF6 song. That's not even a remix. God, I've never DPS'd this fight. They're really Velvetrix. I still haven't listened to those, of course. The worst part is going to be when I actually pick up the... okay. The worst part is going to be when I pick up the soundtrack probably tomorrow. And, you know, can't listen to it for a week. Again. It's kind of dumb, Alpha Squid. What they do is they have, like, this song, the original song, and then it slowly transitions into the new song. And for some reason, they consider that bonus optional content. Your guess is as good as mine on that one. I punch you. Punch, punch. No, Rax! You were too good for this world. Oh, I'm back. God damn, this is a good song. Sorry. As we discussed just a few days ago, FF6 is probably my favorite soundtrack that Square has put out. God damn it. Does this get rid of it? Nope. Although that's a lot of air going on out there. Just gonna wait patiently while they're doing their thing. Oh, I can't target them. No, yeah, exactly, Astamine. That's kind of my thoughts. I mean, there are other songs from other FFs which are better than FF6 songs. But, like, FF6 doesn't have bad songs on its soundtrack. It's crazy to think about. Best FF boss fight? Oh, not generic fight, but any boss fight. That's... So, okay, let's go ahead and just give the obvious answer right now. Dancing Mad is objectively the best boss song that they've ever produced for the Final Fantasy series. But it's not my personal favorite boss song. I'd have to think about that. And Laura claims the Mithril Cup. Yay. Can I give it to What's-Her-Face? So she can have riches? Oh, I'm sorry. I misread the question, Blade Jamal. Sorry, generic boss. Hey, wind up Ultras. Give the commendation to the only other person I can give it to. So, generic boss, honestly, my first thought is 7. 7 just has a pretty legit, you know, default boss song. Hang on. I actually have a playlist called Boss, which is what you call generic bosses. So obviously, it's... I'm joking, this is Breath of Fire. Hang on, where's the FFs? So we've got 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8. That's not 8s. 9s is pretty legit. 10s is boring. 10-2s is non-existent. 12 doesn't really have a generic boss fight. Oh, it does, but that song kind of sucks. So I don't even have it on this playlist. Ah! So yeah, of that list, I'd probably go with 4 or 7 for my favorite generic boss. Anyways, let us return to the Colosseum. Okay. Okay. I can do that. I accept the teleport. I get a lot of flack for thinking of 4 as my favorite generic boss song, but it's always had the perfect tempo for me, the perfect presentation of what I think a boss song really should be. It's kind of the archetypical boss song in my mind. That, and it's really well designed, but that's not here nor there. But a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. Now let's look at that relic. Seriously, can I just give it to Avila? Behold, from the personal vaults of Mr. Gargison, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure! One of that's earned the attention of Eris's most prominent pilferer. It's a ring. Above you! Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged over long, but worry not, the main event is about to begin. I know you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now I invite you all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend, mark my words, you've stolen your last treasure. How is... I think not, Hildibrand. Greg! Tis always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing leaves something to be desired. Hey, Greg. Lore, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Don't you mean your skewer? My spear! And Kidu likes it. Dude, don't look at me. Don't look at him. Kill him. Vile thief, is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once. Oh, it seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear today's attendance is invitation only. But the battle's already... Mr. Typhon? Just a moment. I'm sure I have a tissue here, somewhere? Okay, Enkidu flying off on the skewer got a grin out of me, I'll admit it. Gilgamesh? Bye, Gilgamesh. Last and elect, the ring saying sail straight into the hands of the fiend, because that's how physics works. Gaming up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Manderville man. Yeah, Tony, the best explanation I can give for this is Hildibrand. This really just explains the whole Hildibrand quest in one screenshot right here. Or this. Or this. Or this. Of course. Fling me up like Dalamud. Skyward, as only a Manderville can. Of course he goes limit break with it. You overshot. A lot.
$999, $988, $999. Again. Well, I guess he's the one who's blasting off again. Oh, there he comes. Now he's coming back down. Just Enkidu in the background with the mushrooms. That's solid, like, concrete right there. I just want you to know that. Yeah, no, totally canon. Wink. It's okay, they were all practicing mantra, which, if you remember FF6, is actually a heal. What? Did Enkidu just dive bomb that eagle? Put a little too much spin into that one, it seems. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing. This ring is fake. Yeah. Duh. But no matter. I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you've been a most attentive audience. The key? Bloody hell. God seize the find at once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get him! Get him! How are you summoning a bomb? And fireworks. And actually, I guess that makes sense if you can summon bombs. So now this has turned into FF9. Too late, sir. The second prize, the Wing of Inquiry. It's gone! Second prize? What's the meaning of this? Many-faced fiend or no, the man spoke true. A clear Master Goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is a second-rate replica. Preposterous. It's just the dim lighting. Now if you'll step over here. Yep, you were giving out a fake ring. See, on the one hand, that would make sense if they were trying to hide it from thieves, and you'd get the real ring in a later ceremony, but it appears he was just trying to pawn off a fake ring. Which means he's dead. I can explain. Yeah. Explain in the jail. To the wall, because that's now... Look, you're going to hell, okay? I sold out my honor, joined forces with an odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool I've been. Whatever was I thinking? You were thinking about getting money to better you and your sister's station in life in a society which is so horrifically corrupt that it would actually take me probably about an hour to really go in depth into it. And in fact, we will be covering that again in the MSQ when we get back to it, because it's a major plot point. Don't beat yourself up so much here. You were thinking of dear Hegelina, nothing more. I suppose I was. How do you know my sister's name? Some random person sent you a friend request. I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tell you to Nawa lines, to eavesdrop on your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. And Hildibrand is dead.
You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I was truly fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not be easily regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. I will kill as many people as I need to in this arena to regain my honor. God almighty, no, Jesse Ward. No, 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 no. Why is there a mushroom? One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he'd already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly the second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, was the target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items he's stolen, a pattern that betrays his true intentions. The Treaty Blade, Blob's Virtue, and the Ring of Inquiry. All relics with quite a history, or more precise, relics from the area of the Belladians. Don't strain your brain there. Oh, if that's so, the answer's clear as day. The Fiend means to found Eorzea's greatest museum of Belladian history, pushing up prices and gouging honest men out of hard-earned coin. Doubtless another of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us as much. Why is she falling asleep all the time? Is she just narcoleptic? I mean, I know she's a cat, but Ishtola doesn't seem to have that problem. Is that gonna fall, or do we have to just read it from down here? Never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe you might want to move a little bit there, buddy. Nice slide. Okay, that I approve of. Funga. Can we read the stupid thing? I've enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So, this is the thief's final challenge. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Where the 4 treasures of Belladia become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of the sun. Oh my god. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale, and yet it seems the Phantom believes there's some truth to those words. Lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of a master thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets so far: an Uldan collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul in the brass blades, and now a mining magnate in the stone torches. Is it any surprise the sympathies of ordinary Uldans would lie with the perpetrator rather than the victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the Syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Nah, she's cool. Then it was just this downfall for the greater challenge would rise. Yeah, get up. Believe it or not, Belladia, excuse me, keep saying it wrong, was actually the 6th era. I just double checked. Yeah, it was one of the city-states near Ul'dah in the Thanalan region. As I've mentioned a few times, to my knowledge, the oldest we've gone is the Alagans, which are 5th. It's a race to recover the 4 lost relics of Belladia. Yeah, the 6th was a pretty long one. It's one of the reasons the 7th being so short is kind of noteworthy. Her last vow. Dun, dun, dun. And yeah, that was kind of a weak episode overall. The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long you forgot what you actually looked like? I have. How? How do they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Why is there always... Oh, you're right. It was 3rd Astral Era. My bad. Which one was the 5th? Either way, Allig, I was right about my earlier statement. Allig is as far back as we've gone in terms of Astral Era. And discussions thereof. But anyways. Hey, Ellie. Remember the good friend, the Phantom Thief? He's decided to branch out from burglary into cold-blooded murder. He's killed people. One of his signature calling cards, and no doubt the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. Not to hear me complaining. The only good thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Yeah, that's my biggest complaint about Ace Attorney. I think you're right, Alpha Squid. I think that's what I was thinking of. See, that's why this is a pseudo-lore run. Because I don't know all of it perfectly off the top of my head. To look up the occasional things. To check myself. Was Ampidor 5th? We can check that easily, because it's right here. Of course it doesn't say on that one. Where am I going? Right here. One of these actually mentions... Oh, yep, there it is. 5th. Ampidor was 5th. We're here for info. And terrifying fashion. Just terrifying fashion. They formed a regiment to protect the royal vaults from it. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ellie, you might want to think twice about getting yourself into this. A man of my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter. I'm fine with that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours out trying to risk playing hero. Your concern is touching, but I've got this. I've got a duty to report the truth to people. Oh, she started dancing. Now I gotta run. Let's get out of here. Must get away from the dance. Must get away from the dance. It's the only way. Oh, right. This is this thing. No! No! Run! She's trying to poison me. Why do you wish to poison me? Why? What did I do? I take it back. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me, Giga Pudding. God. Oh, we'll still be on ARR probably tomorrow. Although I actually have a pretty good feeling we will finish up ARR tomorrow. The There's a question mark there. There's something I'm not sure how long it's going to take. It's the only thing I'm not sure how long it's going to take at this point. So, we'll see. We will started today. So, I guarantee there's no way we won't. Yes, it's me. The Gentleman of Light's adventuring companion and the catty but cute reporter. You... Humphrey? Only the 12 strong is true. Seeing the Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphant moved me to the depths of my soul. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm, like my hero, Master Hildibrand. Okay. Well, he's joined the sword, the Sultan Sworn, excuse me. Tell you what, if you don't dance, Giga Pudding, I'll accept the hot chocolate. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard while researching the Phantom Thief case, we would appreciate any information that would shed light. Pleasure's mine. Hello, Phyllis. If I'm not mistaken, that'll make you Lore Runner, yes? Very, very tall, doesn't talk much. Any reader of the Mithril Eye would recognize Lore. I must confess to being an unabashed fan of your work. Although it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping you would show up and assist in the investigation. Doubtless! The Inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Uldah's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with so far. God, he's as tall as I am. Exactly, I believe, as tall as I am. Right there, very good. Now face me, don't move. Okay, what are you doing? Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that allows us to see right through a mask's disguise. Yeah, we need to do blood tests to make sure we're not changelings here. Yes, I did, Lineruth. This is as high as it gets. There are two races that are barely taller than me. One's Rogadin, which I don't want to look like. And the other is the dragon people, who I don't want to look like. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise, while leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant! The Phantom Thief pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we are only to be able to produce a limited supply. I see. I suppose that's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure? I fear not. I've pored over the histories time and again, but the only mention of the four relics is a vague reference to an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. It goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one possessed by these 4 Beldanian heroes, but makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. What is this, Dragon Quest? 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times he has foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Beldanian origin have been sealed up in the vault. Okay. We're totally going to keep it safe. Sure you are. There are even more disturbing matters. Doubtless you've heard of the rash of Moidas. The Sultan Sworn have lost an investigation, but the truth of the matter is we've been far too preoccupied with the defense of the vaults. Please help us kill this Moiderer. No, not you. Not you. And this must be the demasking dust that is all the talk. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me. I am exactly who I appear to be. A shame. Inspector Hildibrand, we are not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. They are? Who are you, and what have you done with the guard? The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far, head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that they were influential figures, we can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Yes, I see. Were they conked with the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a greatsword? Strangled with a subligar? No pattern. In any event, the murderous plots of two more deaths as we speak. Oh my god, no! We must save these people. It's the only way. Okay. I'll take the 1 sachet of dust. Thanks. Gentleman of Light in the flesh. He's every bit as muscular and majestic as I remembered. Cashley, you didn't tell me you were in this game. Coming to assist me on yet another case, friend. Don't make me toss you like your father did. I am not your associate. I am not loyal to you. I wonder if it's a crime to kill someone like Hildibrand. Like, I mean, is that technically a crime? Really? Like, it's not murder if you kill someone who needs it, right? Or who's clearly I'm going the wrong way. Who's clearly asking for it, you know? Like, it's acceptable when you kill someone who it's acceptable to die, right? That's why it's called acceptable. Your Honor, I move that this man gets a medal for horribly murdering Hildibrand. Agreed. Oh, hey, it's Giga Pudding. You're not going to dance, right? As long as you don't dance, we're all good. Okay. No dancing. Thank you. I never actually drank the other one because I was kind of saving it. Okay, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yay! I'll drink this one now. Ah, there we go. I am now well fed with your hot chocolate. What did you put in this? Flowers. Yes, it's becoming clear now. Our killer is a florist. I'm the one who put the flowers there to honor the memory of my poor boy. You dare defile his memory? 1,000 pardons. Please accept my most sincere condolences. I am Hildibrand. I swear to you, your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased. Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run, run, or it'll turn you into a zombie like my poor, poor boy. What? A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense! What do you think you are, a Lich King? Not nonsense. History, or have you not heard the horrors of the Silda? Aye, Uldar's sibling nation, which we waged war against centuries ago. Much blood was shed on both sides, but I speak of far greater horrors than death. They were raised, an unholy draught brewed by a Sildan alchemist, one with the power to turn the living into the dead. That's just straight up, God, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. A troll in Stranglethorn. Oh, that's gonna bother me. Hang on a second. Zanzil. That's just straight up Zanzil at that point. This game clearly ripped off. Wow. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotting flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan Swarm. Thalano knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay my last respects. The traitor's spurn. I'd heard stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing. Who are we dealing with here? A Silda. I'm sure of it. Only a Silda would know the recipe. But the last remains of Silda died 4 centuries ago, you say? He calls himself a phantom thief, but it never occurred to you he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did. 4 relics of Belladia, and the powers they hold, the power to exact justice. Woe unto us all. Have the 4 warriors of light for... I'm right here. My dear boy, if you'd become a traitor like your father, if only you'd kept your nose out of the history books and never so much breathed the cursed name of Zelda, but you did, and we're doomed! Damned! Damned! And she runs off. I think she's handling it well. Bleeding horse is here somewhere. I feel it in my follicles. Most important hair tonic the drum has ever seen. Aye, and that it was. For a fortnight! Just as I was chatting up a lovely lass. Just to twist the knife. Yep, the hair vanished. I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band, and pull every last strand of hair out from their bleeding skulls. Oh, I would never claim to be the Lich King Cashel, but we do have a very wide variety of foodstuffs in order to be able to accommodate a lot of different people who have both different tastes and different culinary requirements in their dietary needs. We do make sure to have an entire in-house bakery section where we bake our own pastries and breads. And we have an entire section devoted towards making sure that we have the best and finest meats available at all points in time. We've actually got our own smoker, too. It's become clear to me now. The dear old woman's testimony has confirmed what I suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildibrand has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty. Are you comparing yourself to a zombie? Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit, caught between the realm of the living and the dead. For nigh a century since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield, and as such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, and it abandons its vengeful vendetta. Okay, so we need to know what's wrong with it. So let's go to the thaumaturges, because they know all sorts of evil stuff, because they're black mages. That's what they do. There's a reason the Black Mage story arc is the one that deals with Void Sent. While we're traveling, Umbral Magnus says, what is your opinion on the linear fighters quadratic wizards problem? So, this is going to sound strange, but it kind of depends on the game in question. For something like Dungeons & Dragons, there's actually nothing wrong with linear fighters quadratic wizards, because, by its very nature, D&D involves a lot of low-level stuff. What I'm trying to mean by that is, in a standard RPG, like a single-player RPG or an MMO, linear fighters and quadratic wizards would be awful. Because by default, pretty much everyone's going to hit max level, and therefore you are going to be designing content for max level, 50 or 60 or 80 or whatever it actually is, right? So at that point, that's just unbalanced and awful. But in a game like D&D, it's fine by specifically making classes that are better early on. Not only is that something you can do for the flavor of the lore of the setting you're doing, but from a gameplay perspective, it means that if you want to do a level 3 adventure, it's still feasible to do one or the other, right? Now, there are some catches there, and there's some caveats, which I've kind of hinted at but didn't actually go into. But overall, I think that it depends, as most things do. The Fifth Astral Era was an age of untold wonders, where arcane arts burgeoned, and great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. The Age of Enlightenment would not last. Power breeds avarice, and avarice breeds resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which we'll talk about more later, which brought the great floods of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a barren wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with their many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanlin, where they would found the nation of Belladia some 8 centuries ago. But imagine, a government by mages, 4 mages! What wonders this might have wrought, alas. Yeah, I mean, what possible downside could there be of the people in political power also having personal power? 2 city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ul'dah emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Ul'dah's superior numbers, Silda alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem, employing a frightful formula known as Traitor's Spurn. They brought their fallen warriors back as undead. Some theories have it they employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. That's pretty horrible, if you think about it. And yeah, this is also something we talked about briefly in the Time Spinner run, which we did a couple weeks ago. Because they had a magocracy, too. You don't say. It's not every day someone cares about history. Really? Baldanian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed they were rightful heir to the throne. Power struggles. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, founding the twin nations of Ul'dah and Sildil. But not unlike two proud princes, the nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Cute. Yeah, by the way, this is the Black Mage Hall. Yes, of course it is. And these are the Black Mage leaders. Because, of course, they are. Lord, don't surprise me like that. What's this? You're not here for your studies, but to learn of the bad blood between Ul'dah and Sildil? Two scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ul'dah weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildil weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by those two nations differed greatly. Yes, yes. The power wrought by Ul'dah in prosperity was that of justice and good. While the power wrought by Sildil knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. Yes, I would never use such power. Please tell me how to use this power. Did you know that in the war against Sildil, Ul'dah and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not. Neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. Yet most historians read by the populace will see some mention of this. Might it be someone at the time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. The War of Succession divides them, giving rise to the Assembling Nations. They fight over the war. They transfer them into the Undead Legion. Yes, yes, of course! Our Phantom Thief is a descendant of doomed Sildil, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul, we must send him peacefully to the next world. There's one course of action. We must find the statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find a shovel and dig the statesman out of his grave yourself. Leaving aside the nonsense of specters and spirits, it appears increasingly likely our quarry shares some link with Sildil. Sildil. Bleh. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This also explains how he knows about the relics. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? Well, a few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. They say he had a frightening air upon him. Of course! My keen investigator's senses ring out with loud and clear. This man might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're going to strain a brain muscle. Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? Gugaria? Traveling merchant? At Horizon? No, Cashel. We would never, ever rewrite history. Oh yeah, is this you, Tara? Ryuko Akari? Is that you? Confirm, deny. Wait, I've got it! It's the jailer! The jailer's the one behind all of this! Yes, if you got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to be wasting with every stranger. Oh, God, don't hit me! Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie. I was wondering if we could trouble you with a few questions. What? Damn it! Was it for love or money you killed them? Yes, you! The thief of many faces. Me? A thief? I don't know who you are, but I don't have the time or patience for mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Dorilda! Well met. Pray tell, what brings you to these environs? I live here, you half-wit. Do you have some business with my associate here? Garrigo, we can discuss business after. Pray lead the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But, Lady Dorilda, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's name's day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from XIV's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say it once more. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They... yes, even the stupid one. Help me regain something truly priceless. Something more valuable than mere trinket. All right, I'll tell you what you know. But you didn't hear it from me, okay? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. Yeah, but imagine Blofeld, but written incredibly badly, Casual. And with no personality. You know how we make fun of Minfilia for having no character? That's the jailer. There's no character there. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust, traitor spurn, and his cards speak of 5 victims, and it got me thinking, Silda, 5 victims, Arbiters of Truth. Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with that. A few would be on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultan, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ul'dah-Silda conflict from reaching the folks of you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, what sort of knowledge might that be? Balls, don't make me say any more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. One last thing. Who hired you? Hob! His name's Hob. He's not Bob. He's a bit of a knob. Hobbs got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew he'd be next. I see. Let us hurry. This man's life is in danger. Why am I hanging out with you people? Alright, because I'm being paid to. Thank you, everyone, for continuing to fund the Lore Runner. He appreciates it. Even when he has the most terrifying person imaginable sitting next to him. Yeah, if you ever wonder how tall I made my character, here's a good example of how tall I made my character. Anyways. God, I wish I was that tall in real life. Alright. Where am I? Right! I must pray go to the waking sands. You know what's funny? Since you brought it up, Mr. Red, the jailer actually did have potential. I know that sounds weird, but he did. Because some of you may or may not be aware of something that I referred to extensively. Cutscene. I wasn't ready for that, actually. Master Hobb, is everything quite alright? No, stand back, Ellie! Brains! Literally, he just said, I hunger for your brains. There's no saving the men. Lord, do what you must! Well, that's my job. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tell me this particular shade of green is the unmistakable of that of the undead. 'Twould seem we're a few moments too late. A message, and then there was one. There it is again. Something the matter? Indeed, ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense that something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings. Okay. It's model not loaded, man! The most terrifying of all creatures! Inspector, I'll go with her. You're going to... Okay. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe and promise me you will not tempt any harass, as you did at that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Oh, yes, in Costa del Sol. That was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I hear what it is you would share with me. Meanwhile, in the professor's mind, girl! Girl! Anyways, that was that time. Oh yeah, so some of you may or may not remember from the WoW lore run, and also it's mentioned in the Lorecraft series, and also it is actually something from Warcraft 3, as well as the WoW books, as well as WoW itself. There's something that I refer to as the Essence of the Lich King. Now, they actually never name it. That's my name for it. But it is the malevolent entity that makes up the core consciousness of the Helmet of Domination, right? Now, they could have just made the jailer that. They could have just made that malevolent entity into what would eventually become the jailer. Where am I going? Oh, that's fine. And you might even argue that they did, but they super didn't. Good morning, Ross, by the way. Oh, yeah. Also, I thought that was Chinese culture that didn't like undeath in fiction. Because I can think of a lot of JRPGs that have undeath. Like, a lot. Like every Final Fantasy, for example. A fourth victim! Oh my gosh. Hi, Rascal. The Arbiters of Truth. No! Someone help! Ellie? We must save Ellie at all costs! Yeah, the only thing I know for certainty about Chinese anti-undeath thing is they had to make a completely unique model of all the undead creatures in WoW for WoW to be released in China. It looks kind of ridiculous if you look at it. That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions before I knew what happened. He was upon me! Bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead. Hey, remind me not to get on your bad side. Where's Nashu? She saw a figure looking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of the Sultan Sworn, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. Dun dun dun! The thief had many faces. To think we would find our man like this. Yeah, that's not how that works. The case isn't closed, you moron. I return the sachet to you. While the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to the cracking of the case. No. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value you'd like to wantonly destroy? But yes, there was another mask. 2 masks. What is this, Mission Impossible? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail. This is Geeg, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with ample supply of demasking dust. It's inconceivable the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise to the ranks of the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear the possibility her story of a lifetime coming to an end, so she hatched a plan to... Dun dun dun! My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper is gone! For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops, and do not rest until she is in custody. Oh no, it's Unrendered Man. And Greg. Hi, Greg. Oh no, it's the most terrifying villain of all. Miss Ellie. The shadow you saw? I think it was a dormouse. No. Defeated by the only thing that could ever defeat her. Herself. Or a mask. Thank you, Aurorix. As always. I really do appreciate your keeping this show afloat. Thank you. If you would like to put that towards something, do please let me know. My ever loyal associate. If you call me that again, I'm going to rip out your arm and beat you to death with it. Miss Phyllis, I thought you'd already departed. But all the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's title target is none other than... Hildibrand. Me. Mind you, it's not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. They actually have a secret society dedicated to whitewashing history. That's impressive. I was deemed to be a particularly unique position to serve as the arbiter. I knew there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm until the killer is apprehended. Your concern is, well, touching, but honestly, we got this dude with us. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm a terrible liar, Linnaeus. Inspector, it's totally me. Definitely the real Nushu. There you are. You really shouldn't run off your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry. Miss Ellie said she saw someone in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there, but there was a dormouse. It was a really cute dormouse. You see? It just kept squeaking and scurrying. Sure, Aurorex. I'll allow that. Why not? Pardon me. My inspector's sense is speaking to me. Someone is watching us! Good thing we don't have any more of that demasking powder on us. Hey, Nushu. Nashu. Yeah, sure, whatever. Just imagine a character sheet where there's actually a stat for being a dumbass. Think about it for just a second. Like, think of all the benefits that would have. It's like a Looney Tunes thing. You accidentally stumble into stuff all the time. And thank you for watching my show, Jesse War. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Be wary and warned. Of what and why? Why can't these vague notes ever just be clear? Trust no one and your friends all the less. Yes, trust no one. I should just murder my friends right now. It's the only way to be sure. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. Hey, it's demasking dust. Hi, Godbird. He is almost as tall as I am. That is impressive. I was in the area on a matter of business which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it here led me to it being you, maybe? Oh, your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn. And now you have come across a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend, or this is another trap. The plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of the Hildibrand man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy might be on over his head this time. Allow me to assist. If there's anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would not be pleased. Well, okay. He has muscled feet. Yep, nope, that tracks. It's just logic. Trust no one, not even yourself. Suicide. Hey, Nashu. Gonna keep talking to you for no reason here. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks in our midst, and is right there! And yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. Yeah, let's see if anything's amiss with these people. Hey, Phyllis. I'd sooner die than become one of those things. The good news is you don't have to pick between those two options. Miss Ellie is the Phantom Thief. It's the only logical conclusion, but I cannot feel another truth still evades us. Inspector Briarden told me about it. Who'd have thought Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? She sure fooled me. It's her! Jacques! Jacques! Emergency meeting. I'm voting for Ellie. She's the imposter. Super sus. Says this one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him in quickly. Time is of the essence. I questioned the Sultan's horde outside. To a man, they insist they've seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father! Hi! Please don't throw me through the ceiling again. Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you'll kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Inspector Briarden, I hope you're not doubting me. While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered suspect, which also happens to include me. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying around, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to a search party, but don't worry, they'll be back in a bell's time. Ha! Time may be against me, but just you watch! I'll wiggle my way out of this one and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that that's more time than we can afford. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. Walks right up to Nashu. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Lore. Nashu and I in particular have had a close extended relationship. I shall begin questioning my own assistant. I assure you none know her better than I. Of all the times this overstuffed buffoon starts talking sense, if he asks me anything too obscure, my cover is blown. But no, he's a moron. She should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm a Manderville. Man. Perfect! She is definitely the real one. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Kurthus to Thanaland, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. Perfect score. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the real... Okay, if I was playing D&D and my GM was running this, as he was doing his investigation of her, I would be like... And assuming I didn't know it was her, I would assume, based on the fact that he says that she's definitely not it, that she is absolutely the culprit, and I would just walk up to her in the middle of the conversation, not say anything, grab some dust, and just splash it right in her face. Yes, this is what this is what rolling a 1 in sense motive looks like. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead. Nachu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... genius inspector? But yeah, I swear there's a class like this somewhere in P&P that I've encountered before. Which is essentially... they bumble into things. Like, it's actually a class feature that they will fail rolls, but that will somehow lead to things working out. You, listen. It's not Ellie. I have no idea who it is. Actually, I do, but, you know. In lore, I have no idea who this woman is. You know what? The entire Hildibrand quest chain, I just realized this, is just a subsequent series of people rolling ones. Alright, I'm gonna throw you up so you can grab that ring. Okay, roll a dexterity roll. 1! Fling! Okay. I'm going to calmly give this back to the people. Roll dexterity. 1! Okay, you trip on the wine bottle. And so forth and so on. My prodigious powers of deduction scream out to me. This woman knows something. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, damn you. Another two-layered mask? No. She looks strikingly similar to Ellie. I was all but certain Ellie was our thief. What is the meaning of this? Who is this unfamiliar woman? It's Giga Pudding! 7 hells. Done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, yet... Consulting Inspector Bjarden, once again you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. She is my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister and eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Ceci. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. But despite the moniker, I assure you Ellie and I are no specters. We are, however, the last living scions of Sildin aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find 2 sisters behind the mask? Wait, why are you reaching out for my neck? Oh, God! My monk in the D&D campaign 3rd is running right now has a bit of a running gag where the way I will kill people is I will just very slowly and calmly wrap a chain around their neck. Usually while they're talking. So I just picture as she's like, try using your brain once in a while. Hey, what are you doing? I don't... No, the thief that 4 times stole the show and priceless relics was me. Meanwhile, Ellie was in plain sight, supplying me with the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe you a lot, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to the heights of celebrity. Miss Ceci, from gentleman to lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. What is it you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with your schemes? Justice! 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the historians say that it was Sildin who turned their own men into zombies. The history's a lie! And you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda who ordered the creation of the dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. I'm sorry, why does anyone find this shocking? Ulda is one of the most corrupt and decadent nations in this entire planet, and God, that is saying something! What is this madness of which you speak, woman? Not madness, truth! The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his legs fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed Sultan's horde would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalin. Oh, but your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. What do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice. The dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will soon enough when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. We will murder everyone because killing innocents is cool. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means of opening it, by assembling the 4 secret relics of Belladia. 4 relics that housed the royal palace of Silda before the Uldan dogs claimed them for their own. So it dawns on you in less. As we speak, Ellie makes for the vault. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ulda. No way, you'll all be dead. Yeah, she is really monologuing. But first, you, my dear. You will not even have the pleasure of looking upon your last moments, your precious home, and let your flesh rot like all your rotten lies. Are we going to do anything? Anything. Anything here. No, we're just... Okay, that's just how this is playing. You idiot. Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville. I can't even trust your sorry arse to look after him for a day. Yes, it's time. For her. I knew it. The presence watching us from the shadows was you, my dear wife. The one woman more terrifying than Godbert. Careful, she wields a frying pan. FF4 joke. Am I to understand you're Hildibrand's mother? Meanwhile, Greg is like, what the ass hell balls? Ah, it's more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Lore. What? Oh, hang on. Never mind, never mind. She took it for me. We're cool, we're cool. Do you have potatoes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a corpse if you haven't noticed. You! Lore or something, wasn't it? Yes, ma'am. Hildy's told me about your hijinks. Pleased to meet you. Likewise. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry arse husband here. And look what it got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Yeah, sure. I don't know what's wrong with my... I need some oil for my neck, apparently. Ugh. It's okay, I am definitely a real flesh and blood person. No. Yeah, she does look extraordinarily young. It's kind of strange. But, whatever. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and look at him, he's green! Ah, fortunately there's still time to reverse the cure. Just need a phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Okay. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Oh, that's smarts. You get, Hildy. You're not looking too hard at yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. You're gonna accompany Laura and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? Of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Well, now we're questing with Gilgamesh. And this game just got 20% better. Yeah, but Gilgamesh, Disco. Gilgamesh. Yeah, seriously, can we get Greg as a trust companion when they add that? Hey, ARR devs, I know you're paying attention to me. I know you're watching me. Add Greg as a trust companion to ARR. Do it! Hey, Greg. We just keep going back to this guy, don't we? Hey, yeah. Good man, you must consider my dear friend's life, and quite possibly my own, hangs in the balance. I sympathize, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. You expect to be able to summon a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Now look what we have here. It's the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. Oh, hey. God, it totally would, Blade Traval. I would absolutely... I mean, I've already done that, but I would have done it if that... If I hadn't done it, I would do it to unlock Gilgamesh as a... Excuse me, Greg as a trust companion. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras happened to be my test for the day. If it's the chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. Oh, thank you. Here, let me give you lots of money. I've got a few million lying around. Here. We have money! Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and lore, I'd be tag teaming with a slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Thanks. Thal's take me if that wasn't Avila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. I have a half a mind to give you the rags just for the privilege of meeting her. Then do it. A kind sentiment, but we're more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain. Now let's go find this other traitor. Yeah, sure thing, Greg. I am too, Alpha Squid. There's a lot of options they could go with, and they already have the, I forget what it's called, system. Let's see, where is it? I don't have this hotkeyed. The avatar system. So they could just kind of put in whoever if they really wanted to, you know? Excuse me. But I suppose it depends on how they want to implement. Listen, if you had it in Kidu like he did, Cashel, wouldn't you do the same? The blundering Manderville boy is on his last legs. You need something of mine to save him? Maybe you can give me a reason I care. The Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gil for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthier man. And I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you. Pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you no shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. I'm an old Donian. I don't care about things. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget, but it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, my lady, will you give me this dance? What? Hi, Arabella. I'm not here for the ball. I'm trying to buy something from this squirm over here. Well, if it isn't Lapis Maiden in the flesh. What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventures and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Well, it'd be a pleasure and an honor, my lord. Provided you first supply my good friend Lore with the bottle of twice distilled water he seeks. Or I could cast Fist. These are your options. Dance with her, Or dance with the fist. Thank you. This is what we call the carrot and the stick approach. Thank you, Arabella. I knew Hildy to be a worldly rival, but to think he was beloved by so many... not the word I'd use. Remembered? Remembered my work. I'm sure most people don't forget Hildibrand. Hi, Dr. Winter. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Yeah, I got your stuff. There you go. Oh my goodness. Oh, Jesus, Justin. The question queue is getting larger, yes. But we haven't really had a lot of downtime to answer questions, nor will we until we get to the minor quests, so they're just all sitting there for the moment. Thank you as always, Justin. I do hope that that gets resolved, or has been resolved. And I'll put that towards the Bad Batch. Thank you. I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Ma'am? It's a date. What? I like a strong woman. I wish she looked a little older, but, you know, whatever. Is she crafting a tincture in her skillet? Look who I found, slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner on Pearl Lane. Boy, that nap felt good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Lord, word is it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildon ruins. We must go with all haste. Okay. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him and a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. Now, what are you walking around for? The future of Ul'dah is at stake. Okay. Lore, my strength is yours as well, for Ul'dah and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband's, having more muscles than sense. If you're so keen on making yourself useful, run to the markets, bring me some fire crystals. I need 20 crates. I am a warrior, not a... Yes, milady. Oh, Hildibrand is stupider than Nashu. But Nashu is stupider than Hildibrand. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Lore. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Lore and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with a veritable legion of friends, tried and true. Greg, we got your back. But alas, no. The only true friend I have ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend. Were you here with me, even Lore could not stand against our combined might. Don't bet on it, buddy. Oh, Enkidu, where are you? Return to my side, Enkidu! Enkidu! Oh my gosh, what's this flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. Where have the crystals gone? I can't... I'm actually amused at how they lined that up. For those of you who don't remember, primals are made of a large amount of concentrated ether. The easiest and simplest source thereof is a large quantity of crystals. And primals are born out of an idea given faith. So the primal that is birthed is based on the idea of the people who do the summoning. So if you summon Titan and I summon Titan, it will actually result in a different Titan each time. Right? So, Gilgamesh just summoned Enkidu. Or rather, a primal in the form of Enkidu. Anyways. We're gonna have a group soon, by the way, if anybody wants to join us for that. The last one for the Hildibrand chain, and the last one for quite a while, actually. There'll be a lot of solo stuff after this. Yeah, the holodeck's attempted Enkidu. That's a good way to put it. Computer, generate Enkidu. Searching records. Thank you, Narset. Always, for 32 months. Much appreciated, much obliged. I will put that towards Dungeon Siege 2. No rush, I'm just mentioning it for anybody who wants to join. Yeah, please specify parameters. Enkidu should be X and Y, and a little bit of Z. Understood. I mean, that is kind of what's happening here. It is an interpretation of a character. Whether that character was a real person or not, you get the point. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie, where your friends watch over her as we speak. No matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we consider physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's full to the brim with the traitor's spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire. You are our only hope! Okay. I will go talk to her. I have to... Really? It's a say quest? Of course it's a say quest. Why wouldn't it be? I think this girl and her sister were behind the crimes along. I dare say this realm was awash in capable adversaries. Dude, you have no idea. I thought we were friends. She wasn't friends with anybody. Although she didn't kill you, so... Oh, there she is. It's like, where is she? Hey, Ellie. You realize that cactuar... That's not a cactuar, right? That's just a cactus. There's a difference between the two. Whatever. Ellie! Oh, God. It's a Last of Us prequel. Nice earring. Lore, I suggest you leave this place while you can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering... And at that exact moment, she realizes she's 10 feet that way because I just lunged forward with a lightning punch. By the way, I remind you, I'm actually a monk right now, which canonically is extraordinarily fast. I can also be a ninja, which can literally teleport. But let's ignore all that. So it was off you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Ceci is already in custody. Surrender now and I will see no harm befalls her. You have no authority, dude. Well, she's away from the chest, so we can attack her now. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? He is from Ishgard. Ceci and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all, even over our wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might once have had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down, or suffer the same fate as the Uldan dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. Oh no, it's the zombies. It's really? Okay. There's too many of them. Enemies everywhere! Why? Why does switching classes get rid of your clothing? You know what? Don't answer that question. Yeah, they've surrounded us on all sides, those poor bastards! Fresh reminder, Gilgamesh is actually a total badass. He's a doofus, but he's a total badass. I was actually thinking about this yesterday. The character I would most compare Gilgamesh to, and I mean this with sincerity and as a positive, is Bowser from the Mario RPGs. Complete and total badass. But he's Bowser. The only fate delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. No, you don't. Face it. It's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortune you haven't made it this far, and he's as good as 6 fulms under. Be forewarned, girl, and know that I speak from experience when I say underestimate Hildy and do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good Inspector's luck has finally worn out. Balls. There are no end to them. I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? He just nods. I'm just standing here this whole time. It's a shame to lose you, Lore. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! Lady, never send zombies against the Lich King. Or I'll do worse than death to you. That's right. You thought the zombie thing at the beginning was just a joke. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in righteous glare. No, these are not the 4 warriors of light. It's the 4 gentlemen of light. God, I hate this game. Still doesn't have his hair. We meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. You're looking resplendent today. Impossible. The holy world water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite a time building up an immunity to zombie powder. You don't... That's like saying you've built up an immunity to fire. Yeah, I stand in fires all the time. When we heard that Master Hildibrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity... I'm just gonna pretend that makes any kind of sense. Also, that's your legion? 6 dudes? The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. Yeah, this would be the suicide moment, Ellie. If you want to kill yourself, this would be the time to do it. Pro tip. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briarden, you said there was something you would tell me was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said you had lost everything and everyone. As for me, I have found something. Someone with whom I intend to never part. And trust me, Ul'dah is corrupt to the core. I'll get you out of here. I mean, really. I want to make a joke here, but it's actually a spoiler. Yeah, exactly, Raskor. She's out before tomorrow. It's fine. Everything's cool. Slash bow. While the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspirations cast upon your ancestors. You say that the nation of Ul'dah was built on lies. Is there such a thing as a nation that isn't built on lies? Seeing that I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history, but know this. I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. There's a debatable Raskor, other than Godbert, but kinda, yeah. Are we done? Can we fight? I want to fight. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. What's up, Greg? If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require Lore's presence for a matter of far greater importance. The time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face? Ah, but mayhap this will give you singing a happier tune. The Treaty Blade, the true one! That doesn't look like it did an FF12. That's a phony! And I would not have the slight intention of parting with it, save to be the one who could defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Garuda music. Which is appropriate for her. Merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? An abomination? I would thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. 'Twas a most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate of crystals for Hildy's mother. I'm thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then a flash, and here she is. Yeah, we know what a primal is, thank you. That is the primal, even Hildibrand knows that, holy crap. Now the world has completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. I mean, Lore, you may have bested me in the past, but facing two of us together will not prove easy. I will await you at Ampidor Keep. Hey look, she can actually carry him this time. 'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for a climactic confrontation? 2 against 1, that's not Vagina. Greg! This is a great development indeed. To think that one could summon a primal on his own. I'm gonna send word to the Scions. I'm right here. Oh, of course. I'd nearly forgotten you were right here. Yeah, I tend to forget I'm in this quest, too. So who wants to fight Gilgamesh for realsies? Other than Giga Pudding, of course, and her adorable cat. Although, I don't mean to be harsh, Giga, but I think you're feeding that cat a little bit too much. I don't know. It's a vibe I'm getting. Yeah, that cat needs to lose a little bit of weight. It's leaving healthy range. Whoop, wall. Alright. Why are you in the floor? Right. Well, whatever. I'm good to go whenever. I'll show Greg the true power. What the hell was that? Hey, Mr. Red, is that a transmog this time, or do you actually have that outfit on? No reason, I'm just curious. Hi, Giga. I think what I love most about Giga's outfit is the gloves. But Greg deserves the best. I'm going to go ahead and bring out this beautiful sword for him. I haven't actually shown off this sword yet. You might wonder, what's so awesome about this sword? Well, you notice that the circling ice and fire actually follows it around. So if I were to do something like this, you can actually see it kind of making those trails. And it's extraordinarily cool looking. It also does that when you're doing abilities, as you can see. And yes, that's the Demon Blade. Brilliant sword. This actually isn't the rest of my transmog for Samurai, but whatever. No, I just have one katana, Raskor, so I'm obviously better than Drizzt. So yeah, this is actually a harder fight than the last one. So we're going to go ahead and take this one a little bit more seriously. At long last, we meet on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall enjoy our tussles as much as I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you like being pounded senseless. Ah! So, if you get turned into a chicken, run into the whirlwinds. And that's really most of what you need to know about Phase 1. Listen, all I'm saying is that Drizzt sucks, okay? I think we can all agree with that. No! I don't know how to deal with this one. Okay. But this obviously isn't doing anything, so let's try the opposite. Hey! Group up! If you get tethered, group up. Say, every one of those chain effects in the entire game is either a group up or a split up. I can never remember which one's which. Oh yeah, by the way, Enkidu actually has a lot of blue magic, as she just sowed, like, twice in a row there. Gilgamesh has several too, which is keeping on brand. Ah, God damn it. Chicken. Chicken. So, that was relatively easy. The only advice I have for everyone on this one is pay attention. He has a lot of attacks in this phase. Me? Run away? Ha! I was but seeking out a more suitable spot to celebrate my promised glory. But enough exposition, now we fight like men. And ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is morphing time. Mightiest warrior ever to grace the Eorzea stands before you, by which mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Like I said, Gilgamesh is kind of Bowsery. He's a total badass, who's also a complete doofus. The two are not mutually exclusive. You know what? I agree with that. If Xenos was a good character, he would be Gilgamesh. He's not, of course, but we'll get there. Nobody likes Xenos. Except for apparently half of Japan. God. I don't mean half the Japanese player base, I just mean half of all of Japan. Yep, geographically, just everyone who lives in Japan. We'll bring up Xenos and Stormblood. We've got a couple weeks before we get to that. He actually hasn't been mentioned or even referenced yet. But to be very clear, if you asked me to judge Xenos right now, I would give him probably 4 negatives to story total. And that's not a joke. Oh, and probably a negative to gameplay too, but that's unrelated. I have no idea if As I've said many times, I quit this game over Stormblood. So I'm trying not to judge it too harshly or early on. So I'm going to walk into Stormblood with as fair and an open of a mind as I can, as I usually do. I imagine we're going to get a lot of dungeon and boss pluses, because there's some really cool fights in Stormblood. And one of my favorite dungeons in the entire game is in Stormblood, too. The argument is Xenos sucks, then I'm with you, Omega Legion. We're cool. I will say this. One thing I don't quite get is why everyone hates on Lise so much. Don't mistake me, I don't like her as a character, but I don't dislike her as a character. She's just kind of Minfilia 2.0 to me. She is useless, I agree with that. But then again, I hate Xenos so much that I'm probably going to give him 5 negatives to the game overall, so... hell do I know. Good fight, Greg. To think my full complement of arms would avail me not. No, that was a good fight. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh, you have my word. The Treaty Blade 2 I shall return. Just as soon as I remember where I hit it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled nuisance. Spare my insignificant self. Ah, you're good. You can tell because we have a Chocobo man over there. By the way, I hate you, Rax. And Kidu, which I don't want, of course. I was gonna say, there's one more of these. Not! I lied. Like a rug. Oh, I killed me. Actually, they don't, Omega Legion. That's not how that works out. But I'll tell you that in a second. You can take that rusty old bait for all I care. I thirst for true power, and not save the strongest of swords will suffice. Warrior of Light, you've proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. Which one? I've got so many. Got like 19. Not counting my crafter classes. For as sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I shall claim it as my own, till we meet again. So to explain myself, Omega Legion, Xenos himself, this is by memory, is 3 negatives to story. A thing I can't spoil right now would be an additional negative to story. But it has to do with how Xenos is implemented. So that's, you know, addendum to that. And then there's the fact that Xenos' fights are some of the worst fights in the entire game, so that's on the gameplay axis. So that's why Xenos would get 5 negatives total. Speaking of which, plus to gameplay for the fight we just did. That is a damn good fight. It's one of my favorite ARR fights in general, and I mean that. I think this is one of the only bosses I've given a plus to gameplay for so far. In ARR. Obviously, there's going to be that more often the further in we get. That's negative. I don't want negative. I want positive. Here we go. I think I did give a plus to Bahamut Prime. Yeah, I did. Nail, Bahamut Prime, Garuda hard, and Ifrit hard. And it looks like that's it, are the fights, the individual bosses I've given pluses for so far. I did, in fact, give 2 pluses to Bahamut Prime. It is a very good fight. It's probably the best fight in ARR, so... I might have given Phoenix a plus, but I didn't see it? It's weird. Hang on. Might have put it in the negatives. No, I didn't put it in the negatives. Did I not give a plus for Phoenix? Hang on, let me do a quick audit. Don't worry, it'll only take me a minute. I've only got about 100 pluses to go through. Only one boss fight has gotten a negative so far. Can you guess which boss fight that is? Bunch of dungeons have gotten negatives. Oh, I guess there's actually several coils got negative, so never mind. So several bosses! In addition to coils. Or counting coils. Yeah, looks like I didn't actually give it. Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Yeah. Why does she have such weird makeup on her cheeks? Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet masterful and sensitive and refined. I believe I found inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Silda. To think they were locked away in the vaults of those who destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' name through the mud. And how did Yuna come to know of them? There was an ancient scroll passed down to our family, left to us by a dear grandmother. It spoke of 4 warriors of light, 4 relics, and Sashu falling asleep in the background. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. Excuse me? What sort of incantation is this? Blah, 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 blah. To complete the incantation, the Warrior of Light would then hold the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear it to you." The legends differ as to what happened next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends. It's me, Hildibrand. I got the treaty blade. Cool. That don't run with the sword like that. Don't do that either. You'll dull the blade. Real one. Real sword. Yeah, it's just like that. I swear to you, then. My word, what is this tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildibrand isn't the Warrior of Light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the Lesser Moon with his own bare hands. And he didn't, it's worth noting. It would seem the Treaty Blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light, someone stop it. I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Too late. Only one fate is deserving of Hildibrand. And he's never seen again. Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. It's all his balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, now you fly off to God knows where without even giving her a kiss goodbye? It appears the case of Wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand. I don't think that's what that was. So in the end, the Sildan legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. No, Colin Peluso. Well, the treaty blade is 6 centuries old. Maybe it's not as sharp as it used to be. Anyways, I'll go ahead and execute the 2 prisoners. What? No! There we go. You might want to start aiming that thing, Hildibrand. Glint, a curious scent. Do I smell a case? Worry not, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there. In Heaven's Word. So I'm going to go ahead and admit, and Colin Plus already asked this, but to be very clear about this, I have actually not done any of the other Hildibrand quests, on camera or off. So we'll be doing those for the first time when we get there. We did it. We defeated Hildibrand. Why is... So now we have to review a comedy piece. That's always fun to do. The good news is, as I talked about literally just this last Sunday, you can analyze and break down comedy. There is a science to it, after all. So I'm thinking 15 negatives to everything, along with 50,000 negatives for Hildibrand himself. Okay, real talk. I don't find that particular form of humor all that funny. I don't. There's a little bit too much reliance on a lot of setup and payoff and a lot of slapstick. Now, setup payoff can work, but most of the setup was like, there's a banana peel. Oh my gosh, what am I doing to do with this banana peel? Oh no, now I'm juggling these wine bottles near this banana peel. Oh crap, now there's an elephant that is I'm also juggling on top of the wine bottles. And then you hit the banana peel. That's what I mean by build-up payoff. So I can't give Hildibrand a plus for funny. But the animation and camera work and storyboarding are, to be perfectly frank, legit. They are extraordinarily well designed. They deserve a positive. Yeah, literally better than the rest of ARR. That's not even a joke. They just smash it out of the water. They spend a lot of time and effort on the technical side of things. And they probably... Well, I shouldn't say this. It wouldn't surprise me if they brought in an actual cinematographer to do those cutscenes, to set them up, and it's, you know, because you gotta oh, what's that called? Choreograph. That you have to choreograph all that stuff. And yeah, as has been mentioned several dozen times by every single person in chat and myself, this was all a test bed for future tech, and well spent. I'm not sure I could call it a plus to humor. Sorry. Okay. Now let's kill Mr. Red. Sorry, Mr. Red. Oh, Mr. Red called in his allies! No worries. I can kill anything. More than enough to kill anything that moves. Alright, so let's see here. We're gonna leave Mr. Red's corpse here in Gridania, where it belongs, with the quests he beloves so much. Whoops, I actually don't want to go there. I want to be... So, when last we left our character, let me mine you back to life. Oh my god, look at how many crossed out skills I have on my miner bar. Oh my god. So this is Thanalin. Central? Oh, jeez, it actually tells me. Hang on. Nope, not Askea. Not Askea. And that's going to be middle... Yep, there it is. I know where it is. I remember now. Mr. Red has returned, but will never be seen again. So, If you remember, we started this quest when I was waiting on a fate for Hildibrand, and then the fate showed up immediately. No, we're going to show off Blue Mage. Sort of. I mean, I guess we could do that now. Here's Blue Mage. It sucks. Okay, so, moving on. No, okay. Alright, no, fine. We'll do Blue Mage now. Might as well get all the irritating stuff out of the way. Hang on. Oh, that's a good point. Blue Mage didn't come out until Stormblood. Never mind. We'll never do Blue Mage until Stormblood. We have to do the crafting quest, the gatherer quest, the class quests, all up to 50. And then the MSQ, and that is actually everything. No, I don't, Colin Palooza, sorry. So, gathering. Now, I kind of mentioned this earlier, but let's go ahead and explain it, Nate. This is my mount. Say hello, Ruminator. The Ruminator here I use for gathering specifically because one of the things I do often is I fly right up to a node like this, and then I click the node. And you can't really click through the mech in the same way. I don't remember when they added Enable Gathering. Enable Quick Gathering, but that's actually pretty cool because we can do things like this. So, fortunately, I do need to actually show off how this works. But don't worry, I do plan to do so. Now, I have a lot of abilities that make gathering much better. You see how these enemies aren't aggroing me? It's not just because I'm level 90, it's because I have a built-in ability called Sneak. Enemies up to 4 levels higher than you are oblivious to your presence. Just removes the trash of the overworld from being a part of the equation. At a certain level, you get automatic Sneak, which is amazing. There's also automatic Truth of Mountains and automatic Prospect. Prospecting is what makes these little nodes show up, and if you look in the mini-map up here, I know it's kind of hard to see, whoops. You can see them on the mini-map too. Blue is the secondary stuff, yellow is the primary stuff. What I mean by that is primary is stuff you mine with this, your pickaxe. Secondary, you mine with your sledgehammer. Mechanically speaking, I believe the only real variance between the two is the nothing whatsoever. I don't think there's any mechanical difference between the two, sorry. It's just, you do need both weapons on in order to gather both sides of things. I could be wrong about this, moving on. So here's how gathering works. We're actually going to turn off quick gathering for just a second. You see the gathering screen. Okay, there we go. I was pretty sure it was no effect, but I'm not that familiar with crafting. Alright, so this is the stuff you can get from here. The amount of things you see here depends on three things. The third, that doesn't matter as much, is location. Certain nodes will only ever have certain number of things, right? That's it. It's the only thing that really matters that for. But, secondarily, there's just pure random luck. Absolute random pure luck will determine whether or not you get special stuff, like the, I forget what they're called, where you can gather it and turn it in for extra experience and resources, or the maps, the treasure maps you can get from this kind of thing, stuff like that. That is pure random, right? The third, or rather second, factor that goes into this is, I believe it's called perception? Let me look at my stats here really quick. Yep, it's your perception stat, which changes several things, actually, but it also changes, it offers a chance for certain things to show up in certain nodes. Now, there's one other thing that gathering does. I'm going to increase the size of this so you can really see this a little bit better. You see the text in the bottom of that window? So the way every crafting node in the game, every gathering node in the game works is it has a gathering requirement. If your X stat is greater than Y, then you gain Z benefit. Now, this is actually kind of a cool thing. It also encourages you to increase your gear outside of what's necessary to actually mine it. So, I have extraordinary amount of stats because I literally have level 90 gatherer gear on. I have very good gatherer gear on. But, if I didn't, if I was a plain... Actually, you know, let me actually show this off. Let me just take off all the gear here. I'm trying to remember how to do that. I know there's a way to do that without doing this, so, but I don't remember what it is, so we're just going to do this here. We're going to pretend we're Godbird for a minute. Still going to have really nice gear because I still have my weapons, but whatever. So there we go. We're Godbirding it up. There we go. We still have way too much. So what is our stats? Oh, geez, we still have 1,000. Whatever. Point being, assuming for a moment that my stats were a lot lower, you would see different percentages here, right? Now, there used to be a high-quality percentage. I'm pretty sure that was Thanos'd out of existence. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they just straight up got rid of high-quality gathering stuff in Endwalker. Yeah, very recently. I haven't actually done gathering in Endwalker, so I'm kind of working off of information. But yeah, so instead of having a higher chance, so some of the procs you could have, you see at the bottom there, would increase the quality chance of things happening, stuff like that. Instead, it's going to be other things. So in this case, it's gathering yield +1. So we have more than 128 gathering, which means when we go to gather, we automatically get 2 per pull rather than 1. So you notice we're actually going to, it actually says it right there. You can see the 2 over the mouse over. Now we have abilities too. Now, a lot of these abilities have apparently been destroyed by Endwalker. We're just going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 abilities gone. But we do still have a couple. So some of these increase the chance to gather. So what that means is, let's say right now I have a 95% chance to gather this. Which means, I have a 1 in 20 chance of not getting anything for my efforts. If I use this ability, it buffs it by 5%. It's additive. So we're up to 100%, guaranteed thing. Cool. This increases it by more. This increases it by even more. All of these cost GP. You'll notice in the upper left there, I have 400 GP. That's because I just took off all my armor. Now I have a little bit more than 400 GP. GP is the only thing items are useful for. So if you remember, we had a whole discussion about potions are worthless in this game. There's an exception to that. There's actually 2 exceptions. But this is one of the exceptions, and that is cordials. Cordials restore GP, just flat. Cordials are nigh unto mandatory for serious gathering, because they just straight up restore hundreds upon hundreds of GP. And I don't know if you look at my bar, but almost all these things cost hundreds and hundreds of GP. So you will burn through that resource bar reasonably quickly. Let's see. So we've got this thing. So, okay, another thing to mention is gathering in general can obtain shards. I don't know what the exact percentage chance on that is. Otherwise, you can also just straight up gather for shards. If you're wondering why would you need shards, which you can see over... Whoop, wrong, too far. There we go. There's my shards right there. Those are needed for, I don't want to say every, but I think every crafting recipe. Every crafting recipe requires, this material and this hair and this ore and 5 fire shards, right? So they all require shards to some extent or another. This is your universal currency when it comes to gathering and crafting, specifically crafting. The thing is, you can just absolutely be swimming in shards through gathering, and so the relative value on the auction house of shards has never done anything but go down. There are some exceptions to that. You notice the one I only have 3 digits of? That's the 3rd tier stuff over here, the clusters. These, I've noticed, can sell for a decent penny, and that's because those are effectively something that are a little bit harder to come a hold of, and if you want them in large numbers for large crafting, you get the idea. Less valuable, more valuable, substantially valuable. But you can just straight up mine for shards if you want to. I wouldn't recommend doing that at low level, because trust me, you'll have plenty of shards anyways. The only time you really want to be mining for shards, in my experience, and again, grain of salt, is if you're specifically going for clusters or you're specifically low on a specific thing, like you really need fire crystals, for example. Now, so enable quick gathering. You actually already saw that. I showed that off. That's when you just click it and you just keep doing it over and over and over without having to cast it each time. But one other thing we can do here is we can do Bountiful Yield. Bountiful Yield makes it so that your next attempt at gathering gives you another plus. So that's a way to get more. That's cool. We also have this one, which increases elemental yields by a random amount. 12's Bounty, which increases the elemental yields by 3. So that's a good way to farm clusters, for example. And this one, which increases the yield from Gatherer's Boon by 1. And Gatherer's Boon is something that I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Solid Reason gives you another gathering attempt. So, hang on, let me shrink this back down. You may or may not notice that this mining node has HP. It's right there, level 20 outcrop. You see it? You even see the proc thing underneath the health bar. It's right in the middle of my screen there, below my feet. I'm stuck on my chair. There we go. So the way this works is each time you attempt, not succeed, but attempt to gather from something, you drain some of the HP of that outcropping. So, I was actually going to show that off, but I guess I'll wait to Heavensward to do that, which is fine. We can do like a follow through. I guess we're kind of doing a gathering thing here, so this is a good time to do it. Anyways, so as we make an attempt, and I'll let's see. So we'll go ahead and what else have I got here? I suppose we'll go with this thing. And there's the HP bar taken down, and that little buff we put on has gone away. Now, I thought... Oh, that's why. I should probably mention that... So you notice how we can't actually use potions in combat, so to speak. It's a slight irritation. But if we were to do this, give ourselves King's Yield 2, which also gives us enough for a bountiful yield, and then we could get 5 per pick. And we only need 1 more, and we're done. We have gotten all the material that we actually require here. We can actually bow out, but we'll go get some fire shards over here. Might as well not waste it. That is gathering in a nutshell. As you level up, you gain more and more abilities to increase the chance to gather something, increase the amount of stuff you gather, and increase the chances you gather. That's one of the things I want to show off. Now, I'm going to do this in Shadowbringers, because I know that by heart. So forgive me for going to Shadowbringers for a second. Don't worry. I'm going to go to the starter area, because I know this one by heart too. Because there is a patterning to how gathering works that I didn't realize until I was doing a bit of a deep dive into it when I was getting ready for the run. So the way gathering works is there are set nodes that respawn on a set cycle. This is actually kind of brilliant. Wow, please implement this system. Here's how this works. So we've got these two right here, right? So we got these 2 nodes. I'll go ahead and... Oh, I can show off. There's actually several things there. So there's the... I'm not sure what that is. Is that a rare item? I'm not sure if that's a rare item. That's a map, which I could show off in a minute. That might also be a rare item, but... Let's come back to that in just a second. Let's just grab some ore while we're here. There's always some use for this ore. Notice how our GP being over 710 gives us an additional gathering attempt, by the way. There's another proc that can happen on a node. Then we're going to gather this one. I see a lot of people are doing this particular cycle right now. Some nodes have no procs at all, as you can see by this one right here. So we've gathered these 2. I'm going to head north, because the next node that's going to spawn is actually right here. And you've probably already kind of figured out how this works. This is why I say WoW could use that. So the way WoW's system works is there are actually literally hundreds upon hundreds of node spawn spheres that exist in WoW's terrain. And a node, an actual specific node, like this mineral deposit right here, can just spawn randomly on a random cycle at any one of those spheres at any given point in time. It's worth noting that those nodes are whatever. What I'm trying to say is that they are random on top of random. It's random how long it takes them to spawn, and it's random where they spawn. This sucks, to be as blunt as I possibly can. It means that the actual best method in order to harvest in WoW... Notice I actually only have a 98% chance of extra item on this one. It means that whoever... if you're trying to actually gather, you're just going to be running around doing whatever. Now, it's worth noting there are add-ons that track where those spheres are, those spawning spheres. So you can actually see where those spheres are and then actually use them in order to go and find. But the best method by far without add-ons in WoW to gather materials is to literally fly around in random patterns on the overworld hoping to see a node. This sucks. By contrast, and I just wanted to do a full cycle so I could show it, as you can see, the original nodes we started at have respawned in the exact same spot that they were. This is how gathering works in 14. Spawn, spawn, spawn. It's not always 3. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 5. But as soon as you identify the loop, you have figured out where that particular type of thing spawns. And each one of these spawns its own types of items. So in other words, the reason I know about this node by heart, the reason I could go right here is because this is where you get Demythrite ore, right? Each type of ore or plant or whatever in the game has its own node, because there's more than one circle node within this zone, right? But this is specifically the circle loop, the pattern, the repeat, whatever you want to call it, for Dimithrite ore. And this is another thing this game, WoW did actually implement this finally in Pandaria. It took them forever to get there. Another thing that's true in this game is that these are player layered. No one else will ever get my nodes, and I will never get anyone else's nodes. So, in short, gathering in this game is substantially less of a hassle than it is WoW, although it is a substantially more boring experience, at least in this thing, when you're just getting, like, Dimithrite ore or whatever, right? Now, hang on, I said I'd show off a few other things, so let's show off a rare. Whoops, I didn't actually mean to do that. Whatever, we just gathered the rare. Let's try this one here. Nope, that's just something. So you notice the icon next to those? That means I've never mined those before. That's what that means. So I just added those to the gathering log, which now shows me where I can get what and how. Where's that rare drop I just got? Because I need to delete that immediately. Yeah, get out of my inventory. It's not even a good type of map. It was a glider skin. So what I'm looking for now is an actual rare thing, because there's a whole mini game that pops up when you are gathering for these. And I don't remember how to proc it, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know if I need to be on a quest to make that happen. It is a method for leveling gathering, which I did not use. If anybody wants to jump in here, this would be a great time to do it. Zoom the camera out so we can see nodes here. Yeah, the collectible thing. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I did a bit of the collectible stuff. I mean, there is that little node. I don't know if that... Is that a collectible? We can go to that one. Whatever that is, we're going for it. So you can see on the mini-map right there. Actually, if you pull up the map, it should show it there. Which it doesn't, of course, but whatever. We'll see whatever this is. So yeah, when you zone into an area, you'll get a thing that's like, hey, go get this. That is time sensitive. It will actually go away after time if you don't go gather it. I can speak on that from experience. Now we notice, see, we've got another mineral deposit here. Each of the mineral... Yes, Ross, yes. Each of the mineral deposits has their own level, which also speaks to the relative difficulty. And again, as I already showed off, once you open it, you could see what percentage chance you have of gathering that particular material with your current gear level, and how much of a bonus, how much stats you need to gain the bonus from it. Okay, here we go. So, where is this thing? There it is. Unspoiled. Okay, this is an unspoiled. So, raw petalite. We have that off. This is not a collectible. I don't even know what this is, but we're getting it. Oh, yeah. Here, let's go ahead and get a few more while we're here. So that was not a collectible, but that was a, hey, there's a rare unspoiled mineral deposit thing, which can pop up to get you more stuff if you happen to want it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure how the collectible system, that's an inaccurate way of phrasing that. I'm not sure of the current cycle of collectibles, because I know there's an actual real-life timer related there, too. Listen, all I'm saying is that all this crap needs to get out of my inventory. Do I already have this one? Yes. Oh, I need to not get rid of that. I need that for the quest. Oh yeah, by the way, I should probably mention that each of these materials for the actual miner's quest, which we're about to start doing... What the hell is that thing? Each of them can just be bought from someone else, or from the auction house or whatever. And then you could just buy them from the auction house and turn them in. You don't actually have to go gather them yourselves. So, can you fight off mobs? You actually can fight as this class. I would not recommend it. Your weapon does have a damage stat on it, but you have no damage stats on your weapon, and you have no damage stats in general. Like, my attack power right now is 390. For a little bit of perspective, my samurai's attack power is 2,000. So, and my samurai has worse gear, by the way. Worse level gear, anyways. So, botanist. That's a fisher. That's a botanist. There we go. Where is that? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's a reason Rax was using his crafter classes to weaken and not kill ARR mobs. You are technically capable of fighting, but you really shouldn't be. But it's okay, because like demonstrated, you're essentially invisible to them, so you don't have to worry about mobs at all. Alright. That's a russet potato? That isn't... Okay. That's not what I was expecting to have happen. Collector's glove. Collector's glove. What the hell is collector's glove? Collector's focus, maybe? No. Scour? No. Collect? Just straight collect? No. I mean, I unlocked collecting. I have done collecting. I did do it for a bit for the dude setting up the dance parlor in Shadowbringers. Yeah, I was gonna say, this doesn't feel like a collectible, but I don't know what collector's glove is, apparently, so I'm just gonna go with, I have no idea. Do I even have that on the bar? I don't think I do. What's that? It's in Kalusia. I know it. Here, let's just finish gathering these stupid things. The most badass line in all of fiction. I'll be back. I have no idea. All right, hang on. Kalusia. So I'm trying to remember which one of these is still tied. This one. Botanist or miner? Speaking of which. Botanist, okay, we shall remain botanist. Well, I do see a thing. Favorite line in all of fiction? I will not be stopped. Not by you or the Confederates or the Protoss or anyone. I will rule this sector or see it burnt to ashes around me. You try to get in my way. Alright. Surely this is it. Hey! Okay, here we go. So, yes, go away, please. There we go. This is collectors. Okay, so this is how the collectors thing works. What you want to do is you want to max out that circle at the top. You want it to max out at 1,000. It max outs at 1,000. You can actually get it higher than 1,000 if you're careful or lucky. So you have all these abilities. These are actually abilities you can put on your bar, but you don't need to because you can use them from this unique menu. So, it also shows you how much CP you have. As you can notice, I walked into this with 283, so this is gonna suck. But we have the ability to gather something that reduces its integrity, and they only have so much integrity. Once you run out of integrity, you're screwed. You can do this, which either gets you a small amount or a large amount of increased collectability. You can do this, which gets you a little bit of integrity, but has a chance, or sorry, gets a little bit of collectability, but has a chance to not reduce integrity. So that's 2 gamble abilities right there. Then there's the collect, which is when you just straight up collect it. You can also do this, which increases your next collectability item based on your perception. And this, which allows you to trigger intuition by 75%. It's a proc, in other words, on your next collectible. And there's our rate. We also can estimate stuff if we want to see exactly what we think we can manage based on procs. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do this. Burn pretty much all our CP on this in order to hope for a good one, which we got pretty good. We got 458 collectability, so that's actually pretty good for a first shot. You can see its health bar, so once again, once its health bar runs out, we're screwed. We're going to go ahead and have a chance of not reducing that, which we failed at, so we're doing badly. We're going to do one last attempt at getting a good proc, which we didn't get, so we're going to do a normal attack, so to speak, at this point. Maxes it out. Actually, it's 998. We could be greedy, so we're going to, and we're going to go all the way to 1,000. There we go, and now we collect. And that is probably the most involved thing that gatherers do, is collectibles like that. Now, collectibles Can be turned in certain places. Give me a minute. Avert your eyes from whatever you're seeing right now. I don't even know if they take this right now, and I don't care. I'm just going to show it off briefly, very briefly. But collectibles get turned in. This way, I think. Nope, I'm going completely the wrong way. Avert your eyes! Avert your eyes! Wow, I haven't heard the music in here in forever. Can be turned in at this guy. Now, oh, sorry, this is actually a delivery, my bad. This is a separate thing. This is a delivery thing. We'll talk about that later, because that's not relevant right now. But you can turn something in to deliveries in order to get... You can only do 6 of those a week total. They can get you a fairly large amount of both scripts and experience. So apparently these are generic turn-ins, which we will give to the script exchange. Which are... nope, wrong. This one. Question mark? White oak log. Okay, where's the white oak? There it is. So, we can turn this in. It tells you what the reward is, and based on the collectability, you get more scripts and more money, and also experience. This is why my crafters are at level 90, despite not having taken one step into Endwalker. Thank you again, everyone who actually donated the many mats I needed in order to sit down. It actually took me several days just to sit down and craft all the stuff for every gathering, or every collector quest, or every crafter. But I did it. They're all at 90, and that gives us scripts. Scripts are the gatherer currency. It's exactly what it sounds like. There's a lot of range of stuff here. Some of it is kind of worthless. Some of it is cosmetic. You can buy cordials this way. You can buy stuff for your house this way. You can actually buy bait for ocean fishing, which we're going to do in about 20 minutes here. You can get some ether sand, actual materials. Whoops. There's also all different kinds of scripts, and those can get you all different kinds of things. It's exactly what it sounds like. It is the gatherer and crafter currency. Okay, so having done all of that, yeah, by the way, we are doing ocean fishing in about 20 minutes, just while we're here. So if anybody wants to join me for that, you're more than welcome to. Oh, we should probably switch to being a miner. There we go. I'd like to go to the Miners Guild, please. Thank you. Nobody has to join me. This is more of an invite. But ocean fishing is something that's on a real-life timer, and so I'm kind of bending to the schedule to show it off. Also, Cubic, if you type !next or check the website, you can see the answer to your question. How do you... so, yes, I got your stuff. Here you go, man. Precisely 15 fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter. Well done, Laura. I suspect you're keen to learn about materia. No, not really. The process of enhancing equipment goes something like this. First, you take well-worn gear and extract materia from it. Don't ask me how. Then you take that and attach it to the item you want to enhance. And it's a procedure known as melding, and this is how materia works. You turn gear into materia, you put materia into gear, and there's limitations on what materia you can put into gear, which I can show off briefly here, I think. Yes, I am, Ross. Obviously, otherwise I wouldn't even be reviewing it. So, okay, you can see on that item right there, my boots, you see there's 2 materia slots. It's the little green circles under the thing that says materia. Now, there are other limitations there, which I don't think I can actually see without trying to meld that myself. Which I can do on the fly, because I can do that. So, if you look at the bottom there, you will notice... You'll notice that there are max enhancements. So, you see how I have 2 materia slots. So, I can just add 2 materia of plus 50 gathering, right? Wrong, because I can only have an additional 5 gathering. I know it's hard to see. The text is kind of small. Here, I can do this. There you go. So you can see in the lower left, we currently are at a plus 29. We can only ever be at a plus 34. So this is your limitation. You can increase it, craftsmanship, GP, perception, gathering, control, CP, by X amount. And so this determines what materia you want to put in. Now let's be very clear about this. What this is gems. This is the gem system from WoW, copy-paste. Now I'm not saying that as a dig. I'm just saying it because most people, when they think materia, when I've tried to explain the system to them, they think FF7 materia. No. These are stat boosters. You put in these gems increase your stats by X. Those are your limitations based on slots and based on stats that they could go in. That is what materia is in this game. Pretty simple, really. Lore, you couldn't come at a better time. One of our number is taken ill, you see, and I need someone to handle the work assigned to him. Tell me, are you familiar with effervescent water? No. Bakers use it for leavening, and there's no ginger cookies or crumpets or blood currant tarts. Anyways, I'm fond of sweets. Anyways, effervescent water is good for more than just baking. A lot of miners ask for a drop of it in their drinks. Makes the strong stuff a bit more refreshing. And nothing's better than to wash away the dust of a hard day's mining than some alcohol. Glug, glug, glug. You didn't come here to hear my thoughts on food and drink. You came here to learn about mining, and so you shall. Go get me 15 bottles of this. Urgently. Okay. Buscarons, and each of these... And the one thing I do like about these gathering quests is they specifically tell you the sub-area of the zone that you can go and gather the specific thing they're asking you for. This could so easily be a negative, if not for that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Like, could you imagine for a second? Oh, it also says it here. Right out. Gridania's South Shroud. Buscarons Scar. There we go. Hey, Dream Whisperer. Again. So we're going to go ahead down here. I thought about just getting these materials ready to go, but honestly, I don't think this will take super long. And frankly, I don't know what I need in advance. So... hang on. This way. This way. There is the gathering log, although the gathering log is only useful if you've already gathered, which you might have. But it's just something to keep in mind. The point is that for once there is a reasonable amount of information in the game about what you want and where, which, again, is kind of in contrast to WoW. In defense of WoW, WoW does a leveled thing. So, you know how in FF14 there's like 500 hyperbillion crafting mats? In WoW, there's not. I mean, anybody who's crafted in WoW knows what I'm talking about. In WoW, you have, you know, low level, and then slightly higher level, and then slightly higher level. It's like copper, bronze, iron, and then mithril, I think, is the next one. And then you go up to thorium, and that's vanilla. Like, that's your tiers. That's it. That's the whole range. So, kind of done at that point. You get my point? Now, whether that's good or bad is up to you, but it does mean that they don't need in-game information as much as you do in 14, because in FF14 there's not 5 types of ore, there's 50. Silver, gold, and arcane crystals, I think, are the other one, are all kind of separate, Ross. They don't apply in the same way. And they're usually used for, like, jewel crafting or little accessory stuff rather than actual armor smithing or weapon smithing. And they have separate nodes which spawn kind of differently with an overlapping level system, which I'm not even going to bore you with right now. They're harder to come by, too. Got your stuff. By the way, every one of these ends with someone doing this. It's always weirded me out. Every one of these gathering quests ends with... Right in the nick of time. My thanks, Lore. I'll see to it that these were sent over immediately. I should expand on what we were talking about earlier. Specifically, the part about mixing spirits with effervescent water. See, I wasn't lying when I told you a lot of folk find it refreshing. It is refreshing. In fact, adding a bit of bubbly water makes the stuff go down so easily, you have to be careful not to drink yourself under the table. I say this partly for your own good, and partly because the lad whose task you just took wasn't careful. Daft sod threw up right where you're standing. Oh, but it didn't end there. He then slipped in his own puke, split his head open in the bar, and he went down, and suffice to say he won't be working for a while. Is he dead? Thankfully, you took up the slack, and all is well with the guild once more. I could use more like you. Thanks. That'd be a hell of a way to go. How'd he die? Well, he slipped in his own puke and cracked his head on the table. We'll put it down to natural causes, I think. And thank you, Who Girl, always and ever. Much obliged. I will jot that one down for Yakuza Kiwami 2. Yeah, rule 1. Don't test the merchandise yourself. But it depends on the system, Cubic. If this was Cyberpunk, you could literally die from that. In D&D, you probably just take critical damage. There's an order I want you to help with. It comes from the Gladiators Guild. You recall the last time I had you procure obsidian? Well, this time I need you to find Wyvern obsidian. It's, I've only handled this stuff more than a dozen times in my life, so it'll be a bugger to find. But don't worry. I happen to have a guildmate who has volunteered for the task, and considering how difficult it is, I've decided to have the two of you work together. The partner's name is Wide Gully, and he's waiting for you on the other side of the stage. Good luck! Okay. Hi, Wide Gully. You must be Lore, the Guildmaster's pet. I've heard much more about you. They tell me you've got talent. Trouble is, you're an adventurer. Anyone with an ounce of sense knows adventurers can't be trusted, and she's sorely mistaken if she thinks you're any different. Likewise, she's sorely mistaken if she thinks I'm going to help you find 15 chunks of Wyvern obsidian. I'd sooner follow my own pickaxe than say you take credit for my work. That said, I'm not about to get risk getting kicked out of the guild for disobeying a direct order. Luckily, there's other ways to handle this. What say you to a contest? It's as good as cooperating, so long as the client gets what he wants. And Alberta won't have cause to complain, will she? So here's the deal. We mine for Wyvern obsidian separately, and whoever brings back the better haul, the purer haul, is the winner. So, we'll talk about this in a moment. You can even go to the client. His name's Hrogner. You'll find him outside the Gladiators Guild. Sure. So I'm 90% certain this was the "this is how high-quality items work" tutorial. The thing is, if you were paying attention earlier, and I don't blame you if you weren't, because you were listening to me of all people, high-quality items do not exist anymore. So I'm kind of curious how this is going to work out. Because, you know, they don't exist anymore. Got yourself into a contest. Oh, I don't envy you, mate. I don't know about mining myself, but I do know Wide Gully is good at his job. You can't be Deep Canyon's son without knowing a thing or two about being a miner. Anyway, I've no idea whose idea this contest of yours was, but if it means getting goods of better quality, you won't hear complaints from me. Now, you wanted to ask me about Wyvern obsidian, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you what I know, but remember, I'm a gladiator, not a miner. Saying that, I haven't graced the blood sands in a while. Took a nasty blow to the knee. Rest assured, the fellow that dealt it got worse. Anyways, I'm all mended and ready to make my return, and I want it to be glorious, something that'll be sung by the bards. So I bought I thought a new shiny sword was in order. Nothing like plumed oak Makahuli to draw a cloud. Why? Because it doesn't have a single piece of metal in it. Makahumia doesn't, as a rule. Not a speck of metal, but if you wield it right, the shards of Wyvern obsidian embedded in the blade will cut armor like a hot knife through butter. I'm rambling. You want to know where to find this stuff, not what I plan to do with it. I vaguely recall a conversation I had with a miner a while back. We were talking about Makahumia. Oh, did I mention that's what you call more than one Makahumia? Anyways, we were chatting about Makahumia, and said the fellow he'd previously dug up was around Thal's Respite in Eastern Thanalin. Oh, thank you. Well, let's find Eastern Thanalin. That's southern. There we go. Where is Thal's thingy? Thal's balls! There it is. And of course it's raining in the desert. As it is so often wont to do. I detect an unspoiled crop to my northeast. I've got a hell of a scanner for that, if you think about it. Oof, oof, oof. Let's try one of these, see what we get here. Hey, Wyvern Obsidian. And we're done. It is nice to be a max level sometimes. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Thanalan, it rains a lot, which I guess makes sense. It's just interesting to think about. That's true. The Warrior of Light is not very good at expressing themselves. Excuse me. Ah. Hey, dude. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're having trouble finding a paltry 15 chunks of Wyvern Obsidian. No. I already found it, but thanks. Oh, managed to scrape together the required amount, did you? Well then, let's see your sorry specimens, just for the sake of oh, bugger me, they're black as night! This is some of the purest stuff I've ever seen! Yes, I'm good at my job. How the seven hells did you find these? You, a mere adventurer! I'm loath to admit it, but your obsidian is superior to mine. Well, it might be you bested me on quality, but there's more to being a miner than getting good quality ore at the right time. You need to be able to give the client what he wants, when he wants it. In other words, you need speed. Without it, quality counts for naught. I was by far the faster man, so we'll call it a draw. I'll see to it the obsidian gets to Rodger. In the meantime, why don't you go tell the guildmaster about it? I care not what you say. Hey, I think you're employing a moron other than me. How'd you find working with Wide Gully? What? He challenged you to a contest? As if the task wasn't difficult enough. I'm terribly sorry, Laura. That was hardly fair of him. He's a born miner. He's a born loser. You beat him? Did you just hear me? Truly, he's one of the guild's very best. Well done, lad. He claimed he was faster? Well, speed is important, but Wide Gully set the rules, and by those rules, you won. You've come a long way, Laura. A long way. You make me proud to be your mentor. At the same time, I must admit that the miner in me can't help but feel some envy. But it's that which keeps me a veteran like me on my toes and lights a fire in my belly. A fire in your belly, huh? I mean, that's valid. Hang on. This is a level 30 quest. Just occurred to me. We're almost done with the miner's quests already. Jesus Christ. Up to 50, anyways. Before we talk to her again, hang on. We're just give me 1 second here. Just one moment. I've decided to experiment slightly. Now, we've actually already shown this off. But this is the auction house. I don't need 99 of it, but sure. There we go. Next. How many of these do I need? 20. Sure. What else do we need? Electrum ore, specifically. No, not sky builders. We'll talk about that later. We will be showing off both of the, I forget what they're called, the places that are in the sky, where I leveled a lot of both my gatherer classes. And one last thing. I'll need 3 of this. Perfect. Okay. Ooh, that was That was a hard day of mining right there. But before we continue, let's go ahead and shift moods slightly. Rules? Mools? What am I trying to say? We're trying to shift... I mean, we're shifting gears, obviously. Shifting modes? There we go, that's what I'm trying to say. We're shifting modes to Lolom Loss. Thank you. Always endeavor for your support. I'll put that down for Dawn of War 2, if you give me one moment here. Thank you. Is anybody joining me for ocean fishing? You are not required to. It is a pure optional thing. You have about 3 minutes. Because again, this is on a real-life timer. So, fishing. We're going to very briefly talk about fishing as a concept. Fishing is actually different, oh, there's Rax, from gathering. Because fishing, you just walk up to a body of water and you just hit fish. You do have to have a bait. I have no bait at all. Right, because I dumped all my bait. Hang on, let's buy some bait really quick here. Just like a... I don't need that much. Just buy some random bait here. So anyways, as I was saying, let's go ahead and get Giga in here. Giga, there she is. Let's get Rax in here. You have 2 minutes now. So, you hit this button, it pops up your bait and tackle. Giga is wearing an interesting fashion helmet. So go ahead and put some krill on for this one. When you start fishing, this happens. Nothing really happens for a moment. As it usually tends to be, you wait for a prompt. Same as the overwhelming majority of fishing in video games, going all the way back to the Game Boy with Link's Awakening and Pokemon. Once the prompt shows up, you hit the button to catch it, and depending on your skill and a few bajillion other things... apparently my bait actually will not get anything in this area, which actually makes sense. But anyways, you hit the button, you'll pull up the thing. There's actually a lot of additional depth to fishing, though, which I'm only going to briefly cover, because you've got the ability to increase the chance of getting a larger fish, but reduce your hook efficiency, which gives you a chance to fail. Normally, you have a 100% chance to catch. But if you do that, that reduces your chance to catch by 40%. But that's okay, because these abilities increase, get rid of that debuff, so it goes you back up to 100%. Here's the catch. These cost, you guessed it, GP. Yeah, GP, that's right, gathering points. Rax has about a minute now. So, the thing is, as you gather, and as you use powerful hook or precision hook, powerful for large fish, which will be a 3 or a 2 exclamation mark, precision for small fish, which will be 1 exclamation mark, you gain stacks of, I forget what it's called, Angler's Art. You gain stacks of Angler's Art. 3 stacks of Angler Art gives you an ability which you can proc in order to go ahead and get back GP. So as you fish, you gain stacks in order to get your GP pack, so you can keep using GP to get better stacks. The system's supposed to feed into itself, and it does a pretty good job of it. There's also other stuff you can do, like that, which just makes it so that you can gather regardless of the time of day. You've got this, which guarantees your next fish is going to be a large fish. There's Surface Slap, which gives you, prevents you from double hooking the same type of fish. You've got Double Hooking, which guarantees the same type of fish. You've got Chum, which reduces the amount of time it takes for the next fish to proc. And there's also another one I'm looking for, which I believe... Oh, here we go, Mooch. So Mooch is actually kind of the funner one. And you have to mooch to get some of the really nice fish. Mooching is when, rather than actually gathering the fish you just gathered, you actually put that fish right back on the hook and throw it back out. And that will pretty much guarantee substantially larger fish, including the ones that you otherwise wouldn't have. Rax. Have you unlocked this Giga Pudding? Speaking from experience, the unlock chain for this is kind of weird, because you have to actually go do a whole thing. and do like the first fisher's quest, and then do the quest to go here, and then do another quest, and then you could actually do ocean fishing. We are in a little bit of a time crunch here. It does not seem to agree with you, Giga Pudding. You have, minutes, maybe. We can put this off. Another one will proc in a few hours. 2 hours, exactly. Every 2 hours. Which would mean after we come back from the break. So we can do that. I'm going to just put this off. So we're gonna give up on this for now. Go back to being a miner. What does proc mean? I don't know what it stands for. But what proc means is, let's say that you roll a dice. A d6. A dice with 6 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are the numbers on it. Now, every time that you roll a 6 on that dice, you gain an ability to do more damage because of the fact that you rolled a 6. Make sense? That's a proc. The fact that you rolled a 6, which gives you a special bonus, that is what a proc is. I have no idea what a prog is. I've never heard of that. Program, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Good to see you again, Lar. You'll be pleased to know Hrodger was deeply impressed with the obsidian you got him. More so than that, he was impressed you bested Wild Gully in the contest. 'Tis no ordinary miner that can outdo the vice foreman's own son. Lest you wonder, I know full well who Wild Gully's father was when I tried to pair you both up. I also know for a fact he has his sights set on my position. There's some who whisper in my ear I should expel him from the guild, but I can't think help but think that's short-sighted. After all, it's hardly a crime to want to be the guild master. What's more, Wild Gully is a tremendously gifted miner. I'm not in the business of punishing excellence. To be sure, I'm still better, but I'm not above admitting there are certain areas in which he is more knowledgeable. I tell you this because you'll need to speak with him again for your next task. We need 20 raw amethysts, and none among us know the stones better than he does. Now, I realize he didn't exactly get off on the right foot, because he's a jackass, but the two of you are guildmates, and guildmates help each other no matter their differences. Really? That's what guildmates are for? I thought we were supposed to have drama about loot drops. Strolling over, bold as you please, after humiliating me the other day. You've got some gall, adventurer. Do you want me to kill you? I know why you're here. I heard about the order for the raw amethysts, too. No doubt you're wondering where to find them, and you're after my hard-earned knowledge. Well, I'll gladly share it with you. Whoops. Bot's back up. Why so obliging? Because the knowledge isn't going to be worth a damn to you. You'll find all the raw amethysts you can near Hopeseed Pond in Central Shroud. Problem has to do with the beasties inhabiting the place more than anything else. Lindworms, stropers, sprites. I hear even Jaded Jody's made her home there. Even Robon would have trouble taking a stroll through that neck of the woods, let alone a common adventure, playing at mining. I don't expect to see you back in 20 hairs on your head, much less 20 of those stones. Ha 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 ha! Oh! You found the amethysts. You mined these? No, I didn't. I can't believe you made it past all those nasty creatures. I'm level 90. Though might be as it's time I stop being so surprised. You goddamn adventurers come through more often than I care to admit. Any road, it's one thing to find amethyst. Do you know aught about their properties? What they represent? I thought not. Well, here's a free lesson. Amethysts are lightning-aspected gemstones, prized as embodiments of calmness, decisiveness, and intuition. In coming back with such a large haul of them, it would seem you've got all of these things. I might have been hasty to pass judgment. The more I see you work, the more I see why the Guildmaster's so fond of you. I never imagined an adventurer would give me my toughest competition. I was learned better than that, to take every adversary earnestly. Seems I'll have to redouble my efforts if I'm to secure my place as best in the business. Don't worry about the amethysts. I'll see them safely to the guild stores. Sure, I trust you. Wink, wink. Well, anyways. Have you heard? The latest tally has you tied with Wide Gully as the guild's highest earner. Really? You started as a novice with a rusty pickaxe, and now you're one of our stoutest pillars. You've truly come a long way, friend. I find myself turning to you more often for difficult orders, the bulk of which have been coming from Deep Canyon. As you should well know from past expeditions, these tend to entail going to dangerous locales. I'm loath to put my people in harm's way, but the concern owns us, and in truth, if not in name, it'd be ill done to refuse their requests, no matter how onerous. But just this once, I've a mind to do that. I can't, in good conscience, order to you a place like Corthus, merely for the sake of 20 pieces of jade. Yeah, that's what Deep Canyon's requesting this time, and if I have to send someone, you've rightly proven you're the best candidate. But you should understand how risky the endeavor. Think long and hard before you do something we both regret. While you're mulling it over, Wide Gully wants to talk to you. What do you want? I take it you've heard about the job. I gave up on it ocean fishing. You were AFK and Gigapudding didn't have it unlocked, so I'll do it when I come back from the lunch break, which will be the next ocean fishing session. I can tell from the look in your eyes you're already on board with giving it a go. When you come back with the emesis last time, I came to realize something. A true miner must be prepared to risk life and limb for his prize. Mining for jade at no less a place than Haldreth March and Kurthus would be the perfect way to put my conviction to the proof. I challenge you to a contest. The first to find 20 pieces of jade is the winner. Okay, so I have 20 pieces of jade. I understand Wide Gully has challenged you yet again. I know the temptation is to seek out victory whatever the cost, but winning isn't everything. You do what's right for you. Trust me, buying these off the auction house was what's right for me. By the 12, this is the jade, and such fine samples. Congratulations, Ornor, you won the contest. By default, Wide Gully never got his 20 pieces. As he went about his work, he lowered his guard and was attacked by a fell fiend. His wounds were such that all he could do was run to safety. He's whole of body, if somewhat worse for wear. He's like to be out of action for a while. But that's not the worst of it. More than the wounds, I worry for his state of mind. He saw you as a rival to surpass, but ended up losing a contest he himself devised. That kind of disappointment is enough to break most people. Trust me, I know. But I pray that Wide Gully has the strength to get back on his feet and get the pickup once more. It'd be a shame to lose someone so gifted. Let's return to the matter at hand. I wasn't exaggerating about the quality of the jade. So, since ancient times, man has chosen to adorn his tools and garb with it. Imbuing herself with everlasting is certainly an attractive notion. And no one is more aware of that tradition than Wide Gully. It's for that very reason I intend to create for him a gift of jade. The stone bears my hopes he will rise again, no matter how often the spinner sees to fit to test him and bring him to his knees. I'm pretty sure it's only his own stupidity that's doing that to him, but I'm not here to argue. What else you got for me? I was hoping you'd come by. I need your help with something. It concerns Wide Gully. He's recovered from the wounds suffered in Kurthus and has resumed his mining for the guild. Wonderful news, but something bothers me. You see, Wide Gully has been taking on more tasks than a single man should. Some attribute his newfound fervor to the sting of losing that ill-conceived contest, but I suspect there's more to the tale. I tried to broach the subject with him, but he's stubborn as an aurochs, insisting it's all in my imagination. But I know there's something, and where I failed, you might succeed. Strange as it may sound, you're the closest thing he has to a friend here. Hey, dummy. Bonk. What's the issue? No doubt Adalberta sent you. She's been on something fierce since I came back, but it doesn't matter why you're here or at whose request. The simple truth is I need your help. I've got a secret that would be sure to bring great shame on my family, but I need to tell someone, and I know you're an honest sort. Okay. Ledgers at the concern have been tampered with, and I'm being credited for work I didn't do. I wasn't keen on believing it, but the culprit is my own father. I first suspected something was off when I received my last evaluation. I know better than anyone what I do around here, and I wasn't working that much. I looked over the concern's records of its dealings with the guild, and sure as day, I found some right damning evidence. I didn't know where to laugh or cry. I never wanted it said I had a leg up in the guild because of my own... I'm the vice foreman's son. If I'm to succeed, I want it to be by my own hands. Learning that the old man was falsifying my accomplishments was like a punch to the gut. And that's why I've been working so feverishly of late. By fulfilling more orders, I'm hoping to turn my father's lies into truths. But I've taken on more jobs than I got hands to juggle with. So I need your help. I'd say I'm swallowing my pride to ask you this, but I've got no pride left. Whatever happens from here on out, I'm a miner first and foremost, and I just want to do my job. So, could you get some electrum ore? Sure. Here you go. I didn't even see you move. I'm just that fast. Gratitude rolls queerly off my lips, does it? Mayhap that's something that comes more natural with time. 'Twas only my pride that held it back before. As I've said, I've naught of that left. I have to work harder than ever now to make my fictionalized accomplishments more than just ink on parchment, and as of now, I'm a fraud, plain and simple. Not unlike this electrum, really. It's impure stuff, gold mixed up with silver and other metals. What am I saying? That comparison isn't fair to electrum. At least this alloy is worth something. You see, when refined, electrum takes on an opulent whitish hue not seen in other metals. And there are certain things that can't be made without it, so it's prized by crafters. No, if I'm to liken myself to any metal, it'd have to be common brass. Stuff's pretty to look at when polished, but it's worth little and less. Ah! I had dreams of being special. A one-of-a-kind miner everyone respected. But that's actually you! Enough. Enough of this brooding. I hate myself as it is. No need to add being a whiny sop to my list of failings. You saved my hide today, Lore, and I'll find a way to repay the debt, mark my words. Dude, you don't owe me jack. Just please stop giving me these worthless miner's picks that I'm gonna have to delete later. In fact, our inventory is getting full of miner's picks. Get these out of my inventory. Just be gone. Be gone. Get this garbage out of here. Patooey! I spit upon them. Yep, decent thing. Yep. In fact, actually, you see this card here? I'm going to delete that, too. I don't have any other cards. Let's just piss off everyone in the audience. I do not. Damn. Oh, well. Moving on. Listen, Valvedrix. Oh, Lord, thank the gods you're here. It's Wide Gully. He's gone and filed a complaint against his father to the concern, citing abuse of power. It has forced Deep Canyon into a difficult position, to say the least, and though the two of us haven't exactly seen eye to eye of late, I still owe the man a great debt. I would go to him and offer what aid I could, but he's like to spurn even the attempt. I know full well of how much I've already asked of you, but I would be eternally grateful if you'd lend Deep Canyon aid in my stead. Sure. Let me talk to Wide Gully first. Hey, Wide Gully. Here at the Guildmaster's bidding again? Yeah, I was just here like 10 seconds ago. I see no reason not to tell you about the situation. You know most everything, any road. The old man was foisting dangerous jobs in the guild, forcing its members to risk life and limb for his own agenda. If that ain't the very definition of abuse, I don't know what is. You yourself were on the receiving end of this, as I'm sure you'll recall. Kin or no, I couldn't stand by and watch my guild mates being used as pawns in his game. So I went to the concern's upper management and filed a complaint. He hasn't said a word to me since, but I'd have a guess that he might be willing to speak with you. You've certainly done a fair share for the guild. Yeah, that cost me like a full, 8,000 gil to buy my way to the top of the guild. Hi, Deep Canyon. It's been some time, Lore. You're doubtless here as regards my son's accusations. Well, it's just as he claims. Now, this ain't gonna spare me from what's coming, but I had my reasons for my actions. Vengeance! I was supposed to become master of the Miners' Guild. Everyone knew I had the best claim, but Adalberta robbed me of the honor. Me! The man who taught her nigh everything she knows about her trade. She went behind my back, conspired with her predecessor, and then fancy who ended up being chosen to lead. By way of payback, ever since I became vice foreman, I've striven to make her life harder than trying to mine with a dull pickaxe. All those outrageous demands to make her look incompetent. At the same time, I went about ensuring my son was well placed to take over as guildmaster, and I would have gotten away from it if you hadn't ruined it with your meddling. By your expression, I take it you're doubtful of the tale. Very well. You need only ask your dear guildmaster. She can vouch for everything I've said. Yeah, but she's attractive. She can't be evil. Deep Canyon believes I cheated him out of being guildmaster? That's not it at all. I never aspired to this position. God, I was an Alamegan refugee, working as hard as I could. I never even dreamed I could rise as I did. I suspected even less it was the self-same dedication to my work that would lead to me being chosen. If I had known that accepting the mantle would tear us apart... Lamenting the past won't avail us. I only know that I wouldn't be where I am without that man. I can't allow this misunderstanding to cost him everything. I simply couldn't bear it. I'm not sure there's aught we can do for him at this point, but we must try. Listen, Wide Gully is the one who filed the complaint. If you were to throw your own weight behind some of my concerns, maybe he would do something, please? Why am I dealing with politics in the Miners' Guild? Actually, I don't mind that, really, but it's just funny, isn't it? Adalberto wants to help my old man. Truth be told, it isn't my wish to see his career destroyed either. I only wish to teach him a lesson, make him know he can't just use people for his own ends. But now that the concern knows, it's out of my hands. In their eyes, my father's actions jeopardized relations with the guild, and nothing could be worse. So they've given him a test. If he's to remain vice foreman, he must prove to the inquest that he has the confidence of the guild. They ain't interested in no words, they want hard evidence. They're demanding that someone from the guild show him loyalty by digging up 3 of the toughest damn chunks of ore there is to find. Dark steel. Problem is, he has no allies in the guild on account of his own behavior. I don't qualify for the task being his son, and Adalberta can't do it because she's the guildmaster. That's just how it works. That leaves you. We don't have much time, so you'll have to hurry! Okay, I can do this. By the way, I don't know if you saw that, but Darksteel only spawns at certain times of day in real time. Okay, I got the ore. Incredible, your talents are truly boundless. Hopefully these will suffice to spare Deep Canyon, but let's make haste to the inquest. Oh, of course it's all Lullafell. Well, did you get a guild member to bring you the Darksteel ore? Because make no mistake, if you came to this inquest empty-handed, we will end you. Your time in the concern will be just a memory. We have the ore right here. We came as quick as we could. It took him like half a second to mine it. Oh, be good she isn't lying. This is Darksteel, some of the finest I've ever seen. Yeah, it's no ordinary miner who can find darks. Look at my hat. Let alone stuff that looks this good. Seems your reputation is well earned. That said, we're hardly here to question your ability, though I find myself wondering as to motives. Why did you bring the ore? I'd know the same. Why stick your neck out for him? He's given you nothing but trouble. What in the 7 hells are you trying to pull, Adalberta? I don't need anyone's pity. Least of all yours. I'm not here to give you pity, but to try to clear up a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Listen to me, Deep Canyon. I never wanted to become Guildmaster. I'm just better than you in every way. Gods, when my name was being bandied about for position, my first instinct was to take myself out of consideration. I spoke to the Guildmaster in private, but it wasn't to connive against you. It was to give up my claim. You expect me to believe that? If I truly betrayed you, why would I bother coming here? Saving your neck? But if that's true, then everything I've done... Yes! Yes, you're an asshole! Congratulations! Here's your sign. You didn't want to admit defeat, Father. Adalberta beat you on her own merits. You knew this in your heart, but you refused to accept it. In your pride, you convinced yourself she betrayed you, but by doing so, you only validated the reason why you were passed over for Guildmaster in the first place. Please, Father, let go of the past. Accept that you were beaten. as I have with lore. And let's start over. You have it in you to do so, Deep Canyon, to begin anew. I know your love of mining more than anyone. If you'd be willing to try again, I promise you the guild's full cooperation.
Full cooperation? Are you sure about this?
I would leave the past where it belongs, in the past. The guild wants only to look forward and to continue working with the concern. Lore was the biggest victim in this whole affair, yet he was willing to give Deep Canyon another chance. I'm honestly not one for holding a grudge. Never have been.
That's well and good, but what about you? Can you really forget everything he's done?
I can. Above all else, I miss my old friend and mentor. To get him back, I would forgive much and more.
Well, I'm inclined to lay the matter to rest. Any objections, Sensei? Yeah, if you're satisfied, brothers, then so am I.
Then it's settled. Vice Foreman Deep Canyon, by request of the Miners Guild, you shall retain your present office at Homogeneous Sons and Mineral Concern. Through hard work, I trust you will make amends for past transgressions. I mean, that's fair, Takota. Oh, you betrayed me, and there's just this stain where they used to be standing. It's weird. I'm full glad that it's over, Lore. I would have a word with you in private. Would you mind returning to the guild with me? Yeah, sure. That was fast. I asked you here so I might thank you properly. Had you not been on hand to help, Deep Canyon's career would have ended prematurely and in disgrace. Worst, I might have lost a dear friend forever. I owe a debt that I'll never likely be able to repay. But look at you. In no time at all, you've grown into a miner who can make the earth yield up even dark steel ore, the rarest of metals. Definitely the rarest. Wink. As an adventurer, you like to go all over the place. Go well. Cool. I believe we actually have one last quest. This concludes the Miner's Quest for FF14, A Realm Reborn. To continue, you have to have done this MSQ. And then you'll have... Hey, what do you know? Breaking new ground. Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Red. There you go. Lore, as I live and breathe. I saw it the first time, by the way. I don't need to spam. I don't suppose you'd be interested in a commission. It's... you want me to go to Ishgard, huh? Well, we'll do that. In a few days. We're actually done with mining for now. Although, actually... Hang on. Let's get the go to Ishgard step. Then we'll be done with mining for now. There we go. Okay, now we have the step to go to Ishgard. Let's go ahead and smash Botanist out of the way really quick. Let's get rid of this stupid helmet. Botanist is Gridania, I think? God, it's been a while. Let's just do this. It is Gridania. Yay. Well, you see, Disco, Ish refers to the ancient and venerable art of spectacular flancarinering. When used within conjunction of the great Olm of Thunteridon, it ensures that the Ferritens Mikrananme. Any questions? That's bad. We'll see where that goes, I suppose. God damn it. Is it here at least? It is. Okay, cool. So hang on. In Reality Land, let's go ahead and get the quest to go to Ishgard. Hang on. Yep. Yeah, we'll see more about her in just a minute. There are no botanists at present who can assist with your story. I won't be a burden, I promise! What's this about an adventurer? He's a capable sort. Well, he is one of our best. First things first, this is a reporter from The Raven. She's doing a series of articles, so she requests the guild's cooperation. Specifically, she wants the doings of a first-rate botanist for an indefinite period of time. So, that's who you're saddled with. Yep. Okay. That... Most cat people aren't that short, but they're definitely shorter than, like, Norm. And I'm taller than Norm, so it kind of seems like she's much shorter than she actually is. She's probably about 5 foot, 5'5", somewhere around there. Yeah, I am very tall in game. Okay, so now we've got the step, I think. Hang on, let me double check to make sure that is the step. I think it is. Yep, there it is. Okay, so now let's rewind time for a second. Go back to the past. No, most cat girls are not that bubbly, but there are the occasional ones. Crazed madmen. I mean, mad people. Hang on. Before we do this quest, there's something I actually wanted to do earlier, but I forgot because I'm incredibly stupid. So let's answer some questions while I run over here. Loner says, have you ever played GURPS? Let me stop you right there. Not really, no. However, how would I rate a pure skill-based system against a class-based system? I do like the idea. I've also always liked the idea of pluses and minuses when it comes to GURPS. You know, disadvantages and advantages, that kind of a thing. But I've never actually played GURPS, so it's mostly a hypothetical for me. Listen, there's no dragon girls here, okay? Cool. Umbral Magma says, I know a few days ago you said 14 could totally be a single player. What do you think the main party would be in ARR? I'm only coming with 3. Really. That would be main party. Warrior of Light, Tataru, and Sid. Everyone else kind of drifts in and on. And out, excuse me. For God's sakes, I can't use the auction house in New Game Plus mode, really? Why is this game... Okay. Hi. Everything's cool. Spend some pocket change here. Let's buy our way to victory. I mean, it works in real life, right? Yeah, I've seen some absolutely silly builds in GURPS. In what I would call both a good and a bad way. Really? Okay. Okay, I don't know what I'm spelling wrong there, and at this point I don't care. Oh. That's the materia quest. So I'm actually going to have to manually go get that one. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to have to actually botanist a little bit. No! My one weakness. Actual gathering. By the way, what I'm doing is a totally valid way of... Really? Oh, screw that, I'll just buy these. Or these. Of going through these quests, but do note, this isn't really a super valid way of leveling. There is a way to buy your way into experience, which I suppose I could show off after I do these quests. This won't take long. Hope you're ready for... Go get this extremely dangerous material. Oh, you already have it. Okay. Okay. Now, I need to go to Lanaskea. I do like mac and cheese. $26.25. $26.25. $26.25. It's like right here. So while I'm gathering these, let's look at a couple of questions. Oh, how many of these do I need? Hang on. 15. Okay, cool. Let's see. Blade Turball asks, is it safe to say the tech level of this world has steadily gone down over time? The Ilogans were the most advanced we're aware of, and then there's stuff like the Void Arc, but is still beyond our current tech. I mean, yes, but at the same time, also, no. I suppose I should explain that rather than just leaving that as is. So, damn. Just a little bit shy of what I actually needed. Ah, well, that's fine. So the Ilogan tech was super advanced, but it was also kind of limited on availability. Only the actual elite and high end of the Ilogans had access to their tech. By contrast, most of the tech that we have access to in this setting is more freely available to a larger group of people. Now, I know, obviously, the Garlean tech is a step above what everyone else has in the city-states, but again, most people in Garlemald are familiar with Garlean tech and use it on a daily basis, right? That being said, I do think there is a definite slow deconstruction in terms of overall prowess in this setting. This is the yes of the aforementioned yes and no. And I think that's just the same thing every fiction since Tolkien has been fascinated with, which is the idea that we were better and more advanced in the old days than we are now, which is stupid. Yes, we will quite literally see Magitech kettle, a tea kettle, being used later. That's not a joke. So that's my take on that. Casual says... Oh, I already actually answered that one. Scroll down a little bit. Malachor says, by the time of Skyrim... Well, that's an out-of-nowhere question. Do you think the Nords were less dangerous than they were in the past? Yes, absolutely. We've heard stories and tales of what the Nords managed in the past, and it's insane. Whereas in the modern era, Nords are just another group of people like any other group of people. Hello there, and welcome to the Botanist Guild. What brings you here? You're interested in becoming a botanist? Then you've come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. An enticing proposition, is it not? So what say you? You want to add your name to our roll? Excellent. Now, you're doubtless eager to dive headlong into the nearest shrubbery. But first, a brief explanation on the origins of the Botanist Guild.
Our guild boasts a long history. Its roots can be traced back some 500 years to when our nation was still in its infancy. It was around that time a precursor organization to our own was established to facilitate communion with the elements. Ah, but I suspect you're already confused, not being Frostborn. And by Frostborn, I mean Forestborn. Let me put it in a way that your kind would understand. Oh my god, my neck is suddenly snapping in twain. The 12's woods don't belong to man, but almighty beings known as the elementals. It is by their leave that we Gridanians dwell here in the forest, and it is by their leave we receive of its bounty. Ever since mankind has settled in the 12's wood, it has been necessary for us to obtain the elementals' permission prior to taking aught from their domain. Historically, this was a rather involved process that only a special few could do, specifically conjurers blessed with the ability to hear the elements, known as hearers. In order to relay the elemental's will to the botanist in a more timely manner, a new organization was formed with a hearer as its mouth and ears. This organization would eventually evolve to become the Botanist's Guild. Well, the Iron Horde takes what it wants, so... To this day, the guild employs the services of a hearer who offers concern and guidance to our members. However, this is not the organization's sole concern. We also seek to promulgate correct harvesting practices, that is, practices which honor the will of the elements. And that, my friend, is the story of how our guild came to be. I trust you have a newfound appreciation for the work you do. Now, with all this talk of elementals and communing, mayhap you're wondering whether you're fit to join us. Well, you may cast such doubts aside. You don't need to have been raised as a good little forest-born boy to be a botanist, nor do you need to know the secret forest-born salute. I jest. You just need a healthy respect for nature. I have no respect for nature. Stompy stompy. Now, tell me how to reap and destroy and pillage and raise every single forest I find on the ground. Oh my god, Thancred? Yes, I would like to join the botanists. I will rip and tear this forest until it is done. You'll find the guildmaster just outside this building. Seek her out and impress upon her your desire to be a botanist. Okay. I'm Fufucha, master of the guild. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I take it Leon Salt has given you an overview of botany, and I suppose I better continue where he left off. All Gridanians may rightly claim to share a close relationship with nature, but none so intimate as that of the botanist. It is our calling to nurture the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. But even as nature holds us in her loving embrace, providing for our every need, she is at heart an unsentimental creature, one that will take life just as readily as she gives it. Being a botanist means coming face to face with this uncomfortable truth on a regular basis. Knowing this, do you still wish to walk our path? Then look, that look in your eye bespeaks the passion in your heart. I have passion in my heart? Very well, I bid you welcome to the Botanist's Guild. To help you on your way, here's a hatchet you will never use. But that's okay, because this is New Game Plus. You don't have to empty your inventory this time. You already did that. I see you have your hatchet on you. Technically, yes. A botanist hatchet is his livelihood. Never forget this. If you fail to keep it blade clean and keen, your efforts will yield you naught but sweat and splinters. But, let us see about your first task. Ah, yes, to help you grasp the basics of botany. Get some latex. Okay. Here's some descriptions and tutorials on how to do that. How goes the gathering effort? Yeah, I got your latex. See, they all do this at the end of these. Perfectly. Precisely 10 pots of latex, as instructed. You've done well. Latex is easy to find and equally easy to harvest. As such, collecting the stuff is an ideal task for young botanists who are learning their way around a hatchet. Yet, know that being able to swing said tool does not make you a botanist. You must also possess the knowledge to locate the resources you seek. That will be all from me for the present. I look forward to seeing you again. Happy gathering. The next level quest will be available at level 5. Hey! I'm level 5.
Hello, Lore. I see you've been putting your hatchet to good use. What's all the red stuff on it? Sap. Oh, excellent. As I mentioned before, hacking away at trees does not make you a botanist. You must also strive to deepen your understanding of nature. I say this in the knowledge that you are a man who has done just that. Whether you realize it or not, you have the air of a man who is at ease with the world around him. I believe you're ready for your next task. Go get us some stuff. Okay. Excuse me, ma'am. I was supposed to get you some stuff. Maple sap, specifically. There you go. Ah, the maple sap I requested. Then you must be the new botanist Fufucha has been fussing over. But where are my manners? Thank you. Huh? Why do I need so much of the stuff? Allow me to explain. It's the least I can do after all you've done. Boiling maple sap causes it to thicken into a sweet syrup called, you guessed it, maple syrup. From maple syrup, we can make maple sugar, an ingredient used in various recipes, particularly confectionery, from cakes and tarts to toffees and chocolates. In short, all the things that children love. You've probably guessed it by now, but the maple sap you harvested will be used to make sweets for children, the poor souls who were orphaned by the calamity. They may put on a brave face, but their eyes reveal the depths of their sorrow, and there's precious little joy left in their lives. But Gridania won't abandon them. No matter your walk of life, there's always something you can do to help. Though it may only last a fleeting moment, a single smile of theirs is worth all the effort. Apologies, I got carried away. Where was I? Right. In addition to sap, we botanists gather various kinds of foodstuffs. As such, we work closely with the culinarians, whose disciples of the hand excel at cooking. We're also in good terms with the woodworkers and the weavers, who both rely upon us to supply the lumber and fiber they need for their respective crafts. Anyways, as botanists, it behooves us to learn what manner of materials are used in crafting, and there's no better way than to do that firsthand. If you have an interest, you should become a crafter yourself. Join us. Join us. Lovely talking to you. Every 5th level, you will gain the ability to detect higher-level mature trees and lush vegetation. Someone asked a question: who's worse, the Ul'Dahs or the Garlean Empire? The Gridanian Empire. Honestly, that's actually kind of a tough question. I'm not sure I can answer that so simply. Because they're both terrible, but in kind of different ways. However, I don't think Ul'Dah has ever had jackass as part of their number, so I would say by definition that would make the Garleans worse. Ah, Lore, you couldn't have come at a more opportune time. I have much to ask of you. We just received an urgent request from the Order of the Twin Adder. 10 crow feathers as soon as possible. Quick, go. Get them, quick! Quick! Go! Get them! Okay, I'm gone. Yeesh. Wow, that was quick. Thanks, friend. In case you've forgotten, the crow feathers can be found... Yeah, no, they're right here. Ah, the crow feathers. You have my thanks. Doubtless you already know this from Fufucha, but the Order of the Twin Adder requested the feathers. If I heard it true, they're in the midst of preparing for war against the XIV. The crow feathers are needed to make arms and armor, feathered harpoons, plumed yew crooks, and the like. It's a fine feeling being able to do our part to aid those men and women who defend our nation. But to need such a large stockpile of feathers gives me pause to imagine what bloodshed lies ahead. Will the 12 Woods ever truly know peace? I got an idea. Kill the elementals. And then the Ixals. And then Garuda. And then you're good. The Garudan Ixals. The other Ixals are cool. Oh, but here I go again with my wistful ramblings. Feel free to ignore me. Now then, Fufuchu asked me to give you something. A scythe! The scythe is what we call a secondary tool, which we've actually already talked about. You can go do fieldcraft levies. Leveling via levies is honestly the way I leveled a lot of my crafting, so that's whatever. Ah, my dear Laura, you're looking more and ever more a botanist. I do believe you're ready to take on further responsibilities in the guild. Guilds such as ours exist only by virtue of the cooperation of their members. Each individual must set an example for the rest of the collective if we are to thrive. The time has come for you to set an example. A matter has arisen, the handling of which I entrust wholly to you. You may deal with it as you see fit, provided you see the problem solved. The matter concerns a valued client of ours, the merchant Albgast. It would appear one of our number has done something to upset him. Seek him out, and choose your words carefully. Okay, I can do that. Dum-de-dum-dum-doo. And by the way, for those of you wondering who Jackass is in the Garleans, it's the dude in the weapon story arc during Shadowbringers. That guy is the freaking worst. Anyways. Prettiest place in ARR? Korthus. What will we think of Resident Evil 5's characters? Asks Zactef. That's a good question, but obviously I have no idea. Wait. I'm going to predict the future. I'm going to predict that they're the worst characters in gaming. There we go. I'm probably wrong, though. I know, right, Kira White Noise? I need 5 bags of this. Oh. Okay. Well, I also need 15 bags of... Huh. Yeah, that's the guy, Disco. I stand by my statement of jackass. Creep, too, but that's unrelated. Fufu sent you, did she? Good, I'm not a man to mince words, so forgive me if I seem blunt. You know what marjoram is? Of course you do, you're a bleeding botanist. It's a common ingredient, very common. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you botanists supposed to be the experts in harvesting such stuff? Yes, you are. Strange, then, that the expert who brought me my last batch of fresh marjoram did so much harvest the plants as dismember them. Why, the leaves are so torn up I could scarcely recognize they were at first. Needless to say, they're next to useless. So thanks to your herb hacking colleague, I have no marjoram to make my concoctions, which is why I inquired at your guild, only to be told you're out of supplies, and here we are. Now, if it isn't too much trouble, I would be obliged if you would bring me 10 sprigs of fresh marjoram, and I'd like them whole, as opposed to the fine bleeding puree your bush butchering colleague delivered. Truth be told, I don't care about your hatchet, happy friend. What I do care about is not keeping my customers waiting for their medicine. Oh, and for the love of gods, be gentle with the plants, will you? Okay, I will hurry. Here you go. Ah, fine specimens. Sorry I gave you such a hard time, friend. Thanks to you, I can go back to making echo drops. Do you know of echo drops? They're an alchemical concoction that restores voice to silenced lips, allowing the imbiber to cast spells again. Conjurers and thaumaturges never leave home without a bottle or 3. I must say again, these are some of the finest specimens of marjoram I've seen, and none worse the wear for the picking. It's clear you know your way around a plant. What has she been telling you? As for your colleague with the heavy hand, I'm certain your guild will deal with him. Send my thanks. Sure. Yeah, it's just a cough drop. You're like, hang on. Well, there we go. Gavella gland. Would they have to alter the lore behind tempering if they were to rework this into a single-player experience? I don't see why. Like, what would that change exactly? That's a good question, Mr. Red. So I'm going to go ahead and admit, the minor chain, that was the first time I'd done that. This is the second time I've done the botanist chain. It's not great. There's tiny snippets of world building as you learn more about the specific items and what they're used for, but that's kind of it. Most of the class quests from 1 to 50 are not good. There are some exceptions. There are a few occasional snippets of decency there. But, for the most part, we're not going to see a lot of positives from the class quests from 1 to 50. Oh, and I've never done the crafting quest, so I have no idea on that front. It's my belief that the botanist in question had not but personal gain in mind when he so hurriedly harvested the marjoram. In his haste to complete the task and claim its reward, he damaged the herbs and rendered them useless. Such greed brings shame on our guild. I will not tolerate it. The offender's name shall be struck from our roll. As I taught you when you first came to us, a botanist nurtures the natural environment for the mutual benefit of man and wood. When we chop down that tree, we ask the tree politely first. He who only thinks of his own benefit has no respect for nature and is unfit to call himself one of us. Of course, you hardly need reminding of this. Something tells me you shall never give me cause to worry. But let us speak of cheerier matters. Tell me, did gathering the marjoram pose you any trouble? If you ever find yourself unduly onerous, you might consider outfitting yourself with better gear. Did you know that gear can affect your gathering chance? I've already discussed this at length, so I don't have anything to add to that. Here's some more tutorials about gear. Don't judge it too harshly. That was a level 15 quest we just did. We've just barely started the story arc, so to speak. Good evening, Laura. I see from the soil on your hands you have been as diligent as ever in your botany. I am not surprised. As we develop new skills, so do our labors become more varied, and thus our motivations grow. Yet know that motivation can only take one so far. If you wish to master, you must pay heed to the details, which until now you have taken for granted. In particular, gear! You must get gear! Get your frickin' gear! Now, I'm gonna explain to you what materia is, in excruciating detail. This is the one quest you had to actually go buy or get it yourself, because you kind of can't get that stuff anymore because it's actually literally useless nowadays. Because they removed it from materia. However, we didn't remove it from the loot table. So you can still go get it in order to get materia. I'm not reading any of this because this is the same damn stuff we just saw over in the Miners Guild. This is materia. This is how materia works. I am aware of how materia works. I have already told my viewers how materia works. Moving on. Okay. As Gridania continues to make headway along the road to recovery, ever more outsiders shall flock to her gates. They come here in hopes of trading, and Gridania must welcome them if she is to forge stronger bonds with her neighbors and prosper. And make no mistake, Lore, busy times lie ahead. Verily, we have just received an order on 2,000 sprigs of chamomile from the quicksand in Ul'dah, so run along and harvest them, will you? I jest, of course. A task of this scale will require more than 2 hands. If you could just get 15, I will consider that your contribution. Chamomile is well known for its fragrant aroma and soothing properties. There is satisfaction to be had in enduring that folk from every corner of the realm can sample the delights of this great staple. Do you not agree? The herb is in abundant supply in this one place. You should go there to get it. You got it! Done. So, you're getting chamomile too, huh? Yep, there you go. I could probably get you 2,000. It's going to take me a minute. 13, 14, 15. Precisely 15 sprigs. My thanks, friend. A distinct aroma. There's nothing like chamomile tea to calm my nerves. The perfect way to end a day, I reckon. Now all you have to do is wait for your fellow harvesters to bring the rest, pack the lot, and drag it to the airship landing. I expect I will have earned a cup or 2 when that's done, although I rather suspect it'll be the last thing I fancy. I don't know if Fufuchu mentioned this, but this batch is bound for Ul'dah. It would seem the lords and ladies there have developed a taste for chamomile. What are we, frickin' China? Developed a taste, I said, but it's not as if they drink it just to impress their neighbors. Or rather, like as not, they drink it just to impress their neighbors. It wouldn't surprise me if each cup was served on a golden saucer. Do they pay well? Ah, there I go, sprouting my own prejudices. It's a bad Gridanian habit. Trust me, I know. Sooner or later I'll have to get rid of it. Don't want a visiting Ul'dah to splash hot tea in my face, do I? By the way, I'm from Ul'dah, kind of, so... I fear we have a situation on our hands. The guild's crop of alligator pears has been ravaged by vermin, and scarcely a day before the fruit was said to be picked. It is disheartening to see our labors come to naught, but such is the way of nature. Alas, our woes do not end here, a fine example of ill-timing. No sooner had the disaster come to light than we received an unusually large order for, yes, alligator pears from Carline Canopy. Yet all is not lost, for the fruit grows in the wild. We need but enough to fulfill the order. 15. Go get some. Okay. I can do Where is this place? Oh, it's over there. Boop. I can picture that, Lene Ruth. At long last, this will give me the power I need to conquer the world. Let's see, here's one sprig of chamomile. Here's a second sprig. I should probably get all these invalid abilities off my bar. Only 6 this time. Woohoo. Looking for alligator pears. I heard the unfortunate tidings. All we can do is take it on the chin and hope for the best we can. I recommend you go to this spot. Oh, and just so you know, this place is no different from any other untamed corner of the Twelves Woods. By which I mean it's full of enemies, so careful. Yeah, sure thing. Can I go turn these in now? The things that I've had on me this entire time. So, Mr. Red says, tell us how you designed Lucretia's donut blade in excruciating detail. Well, the first thing I did was I got a donut. And then I plonked it down over Lucretia's head, and all was made as one. The end. How many hours would you guesstimate it takes to fully level a single alt class? That's actually a really good question. Because it boils down to how much you know what you're doing and how set up you are in advance. Like, if you've got gear ready to go and money to burn on the aforementioned gear and all sorts of stuff like that, yeah, no, you can just kind of barrel roll through quests. But the rate and pace of leveling varies based on the expansion block you're going through and how much of that expansion you've unlocked, too. So the answer is hugely variable, depending on what you have access to, what your already pre-existing standing is, and how much you know about the game and its systems. Alligator pears, just in time. Unless you misunderstand, Mune is a reasonable woman ordinarily. It's just that much rests on the fruit's availability. Alligator pears are to form the centerpiece of a new dish of hers, you see. A hearty salad which she has been promoting feverishly to adventurers far and wide. Pears in salad? Mune would not have been pleased if her plans had gone awry, but owing to your efforts, she can keep her promise and we our good reputation. My profoundest thanks. You're welcome. I trust you have learned a valuable lesson, namely we must not take nature's bounty for granted. We must claim it! As I taught you when we first came to us, nature is an unsentimental creature. She may provide for our every need today, only to take it away tomorrow. That's why we have to dominate nature. Duh. We just need to conquer nature and crush everything in our path. At such times, one must simply remember that for all her seeming cruelty, nature is not our enemy, she simply is. If you become intimate with her, raise eyebrow, and partake of her bounty, you must learn to accept her unconditionally. I actually really don't like most fruit salads, but that's because most fruit salads have a whole lot of either cottage cheese or mayonnaise in them, both of which are things I am not a fan of. Ah, Lore, you couldn't have come at a better time. A dear old friend of mine said she found herself in a predicament and is in need of a botanist's aid. Normally, I would not trouble you with a request of such a personal nature, but this task, however, should serve nicely in your training. A contingent of the God's Quiver has just returned victorious from a hard-fought battle with the Ixal, and my culinarian friend, Yanni, has been tasked with overseeing a feast befitting the occasion. Unfortunately, she is suffering an untimely shortage of this one specific thing. Go get this one specific... Oh, yes, that thing. How did you know? Who do you think actually sent them to their graves to begin with? Alright. Speaking of which, Lord, do you know why laurel is so prized by culinarians across the realm? Not only does it boast a pleasant aroma, deep but not overpowering, the perfect accent to a savory stew or a seasoning for a steak, but it is also known to stimulate the appetite. The brave men and women of the God's Quiver feast now, but it's only a matter of time before they are summoned back to the field of battle. Deliver this to the... Why do I have to deliver it? Ugh. Fine. Yes, I have your laurels, ma'am. I can see why Fufucha is always singing your praises. These will be among the crispest, most aromatic laurel leaves ever to grace my spice rack. Ixali raiding parties grow more relentless with each passing day. I fear that the day will soon come when we can no longer afford to feast our men as heartily as we do today. Still, Gridania's finest require sustenance as much as they need their lances and bows. I am but a simple culinarian, but I do what I can. Yes, I understand the support network concept. I'm a Star Destroyer. Voyager aside, do you think Trek overused or underused the Borg? Or properly used? Yes, yes, and yes, respectively. I think they underused the Borg because there's plenty of storytelling perspective they didn't do. I think they overused the Borg, especially in Voyager, but in general, because they were just the big draw species. And I think they properly used the Borg twice. Maybe 3 times. I hear Yanni was overjoyed. There was a time when Gridanian and Ixal alike lived in harmony with nature and with each other. Is there no other way to resolve our distant differences than with lance and arrow? Okay, Fufucha. They're literally mind-controlled. They have no choice but to fight us. That's the problem. That's why we have to kill just those Ixal. And Garuda. We get rid of the source of the mind control. We get rid of the mind controlled. There's our peace, okay? Forgive me, Laura. I do not mean to burden you with my troubles. Oh, good morning. Forgive me if I seem pensive. If you must know, the thoughts that our harvest contribute to the war effort has been weighing heavily on my heart. What I truly wish is to be an agent of peace, but what can a humble botanist do? In the meantime, I go get some zucchini. Okay. You mean this zucchini? Yeah, how did you... Whatever. The zucchini plant is quite sensitive to humidity. One would never see them grow so large and luscious here in the 12's-wood. Furthermore, they are quick to ripen and quicker to rot, meaning timing is of the essence. And yet a perfectly ripe zucchini is truly a thing of beauty. I agree with that. Sweet enough to be savored raw, its skin retains a pleasant firm texture even when stewed. I suppose Yanni means to prepare a wholesome and hearty feast for our soldiers. I know, I should take pride in serving our nation this way, but I have troubled you enough. Yeah, so this is actually part of a surprisingly complex ethical question. You know that I'm very firm in my opinion that civilians are civilians, and they should be left out of military affairs, but an argument has been leveled for many, many, many centuries that there's no such thing as a civilian, because everyone contributes to the war effort, even if not directly. The cough is doing better, comma, although my throat is still troubling me a little bit, period. Are you still reading books on your Kindle? Question mark. DS9 being Borgless makes less sense the more you think about it, which is the only reason it bothers me. Interesting. Thank you, Epic. Very much. I will jot that down for Kingdom Hearts. You got it. I do agree that Q had no place in DS9. Really. Ignoring the fact that I disliked that episode, the only reason it existed was specifically because they were trying to get TNG viewers to watch DS9. And that was the reason. Q had no real narrative purpose or reason to be on DS9, and the way they did that episode was a terrible misuse of a great character with a great actor. But yeah, the problem is Sisko's backstory is directly tied to the Borg, and the Borg would know about things like the Dominion, and vice versa. Like, I'm not saying they needed to have the Borg season of DS9, But the Borg, quite frankly, should have actually been part of the backstory of the Dominion. It is actually a gigantic plot hole that the Borg and Dominion have no knowledge of each other. At all. Ever. So anyways. Enough about ethics and Deep Space Nine. Yeah, exactly, Hazardous, like workers in factories. No such thing as civilians. Obviously, I disagree with that. Ratatouille is a dish that holds a special place in my heart. It was the first recipe I learned, you see, taught to me by none other than Fufucha's own mother. My father was a traveling merchant, and our family moved often when I was young. I had a few friends until we moved to Gridania, where I befriended Fufucha. Hours would I spend by her side as she rooted through her garden. After sunset, we would go inside, where her mother would whip up ratatouille that truly warmed body and soul. Ah, to relive those days. Wait, I have an idea. That is not ratatouille. I'm just gonna say that. Zero acknowledgement whatsoever one way or the other, Colin Peluso. You could then immediately argue, well, just because they don't say it doesn't make it true. But that's just bad writing at that point. Acknowledgement is something that is kind of mandatory for that kind of world building. I thank you for delivering the zucchini to Yanni. I suppose she's already slaving over hot stew, preparing something our warriors to have stamina to fight yet another... Wait, Yanni has something for me? Why, yes she does. It's my mother's ratatouille. I always knew Yanni loved the recipe, but I had no idea she'd learned to reproduce it to such succulent perfection. Ah, this brings back the good old days. Yes, things were so much simpler then. No, they weren't. Now the ratatouille that once warmed our hearts after hours spent frolicking in the gardens... Is that Alpha? Like what? Will serve to light the fire in the bellies of those who march off to war. Will things never be the same as they were again? Yeah, I mean, if absolutely nothing else, the Dominion should be aware of the Borg. Through the Federation they have infiltrated. Right? You do know what the Defiant was built for, right? Lore, I trust you, not only as a botanist, but as one who shares my dream of bringing peace to the forest. The Order of the Twin Adder has commissioned from us mistletoe in staggering quantities. Forgive me for being a hopeless idealist. Could you visit the Adder's Nest and inquire as to the behest of his request? Inquire on my behest as to the nature of his request. There we go. I will not refuse the order. I just want to know. Sure, this is a good idea. I think with total certainty that the Founders think they could beat the Borg. I also think with total certainty that the Dominion could not beat the Borg. But that's neither here nor there. Like, I'm not saying they need to be literal rivals and fighting each other and right next door to each other, but A, the Borg have a freaking transwarp hub that goes across the entire galaxy, and B, the Dominion are expert infiltrators and intelligence operatives. You can't tell me these two sides don't know about each other. So Fufuchu wishes to know about the mistletoe. Fair enough request. I have no intent to deceive her nor you. The mistletoe will be used to prepare medicines for the battle ahead. This will not please a pacifist like Fufuchu, I know, but what can be done? Does she think we enjoy bloodshed any more than she? Were there a way to bring peace back, I would welcome it. In the meantime, I will kill, and kill, and kill! Well, okay. That's a good question, Casual. Can you assimilate a non-solid is also a good question. And again, unfortunately, we have no answers to that. All we have is speculation based on lack of information. I'll tell you this, the rewrite Borg could assimilate the Founders. And the Q. Well, that sounds like fun at least, period. You're still taking it easy, I take it? Question mark. I'm not sure how the weather's been down there, comma, but it's been pretty wild up here, period. Cold and wet, period. Listen, I'm not giving away any plot points for the Trek rewrite. Anyways, welcome back, Lore. It is as I feared. Don't worry. Here's the mistletoe. Thank you. You have served the guild once more. So the unending cycle of bloodshed goes on. Needless to say, by no fault of your own. I bear no ill will to Lieutenant Gavin or his people. On the contrary, I have not but respect for his candor, not to mention his service to my homeland. What weighs heavy on my heart is a sentiment far more simple, almost childish. I cannot bear to see this forest I love suffer any longer. War is inevitable, this I understand, but by aiding the war effort, we do not merely contribute to the suffering, we profit from it. No better than the parasitic mistletoe, we suck the life out of the trees that shelter us for our own personal gain. A parasite. Is that what our once proud guild has been reduced to? How can I, in good conscience, permit this to go on? Forgive me, Laura, I would be alone with my thoughts for a while. Now, you might imagine that I would come down hard on this, but actually, I'm not going to. Fufucha is a bit of a Hollywood pacifist, but she's not an irritating one. What she's actually going through is the exact same ethical dilemma I just hinted at earlier. Does a civilian count as part of a war effort if they run the factory? And what she's actually going through is that mentality. She and her guild make money and exist at the behest of the military, which is one of their biggest customers. And that bothers her. Right? Hell, Tony Stark actually went through this particular arc, albeit briefly, in both the comics and the MCU. I kind of like this, to be honest with you. But we'll see where it goes. Forgive me if I seem a little distant from the last time we spoke, Laura. Allow me to get straight to the point. I have not come to this decision easily, but I have come to it all the same. As of today, I resign from the Botanist Guild. Our battle with the XIV rages on, and there are rumblings from the Empire as well. With each passing day, more people die, and the soil is stained deeper with blood, and the Twelves Woods reap. Meanwhile, I fill orders for the war effort. And to what purpose? That more Ixal may suffer and die than Gridanians? No. If this is what it means to be a botanist in this day and age, I want no more part of it. Yanni, Nofika, bless her dear heart, try to convince me to stay, but my heart is settled. Mind you, the decision is mine alone. I would pass no judgment on those who mean their efforts here. Should you wish to continue to serve the guild, I am sure Yanni will have a suitable task for you. Farewell. And so she gives one of the answers, one of the classic answers to that equation. Now, nowadays the term a conscientious objector is used as a joke or as an insult. But the actual term, a conscientious objector, basically means, you do you, I'm not going to be a part of this. If you understand me, you understand why I'm giving so much praise to this particular quest arc, because this is the hills argument that I've given so many times before. We can't stand on every hill, but we can pick our hills and say, this is what I'm going to fight for. And so we do. And other ones we let slide, because you can't fight on every hill. Fufucha and I have known each other since we were both knee-high to a funguar, and I assure you her knowledge of and passion for the flora of this realm is second to none. This guild would absolutely be lost without her guidance. Of course, I understand her worries. These are not easy times for a true seeker of peace and friend of nature, yet I cannot help but feel her emotions cloud her better judgment, that she is not seeing the forest for the trees. Yeah, I know. Fufucha has convinced herself she is doing more harm than good to the natural world she loves, which is preposterous. Has she forgotten the countless trees she planted after the calamity, journeying far and wide to return lush verdure to our shattered realm? Someone must remind her of all she has accomplished, and the work that is still left to be done. To that end, I have made a contact with one of Fufucha's former apprentices, a botanist by the name of Roidaloin, who now tends a forest that Fufucha herself led in the planting of many years ago. My words as a friend will not reach her now. Only a fellow botanist who understands the depths of her worries can heal her wounds. I beg of you, seek him out and seek his counsel. He tends to the forest around the Timber Lord's Lodge in the central highlands of Kurthus. Heh! Planting a forest in the frozen wastes. There's a trick. As a reminder, the frozen wastes weren't frozen before the calamity. I will be going for lunch, but I want to finish this quest arc first, so I'm just going to be taking a shortened lunch. It's not like I don't do that anyways right now. Usually when I'm streaming this game, my lunch breaks tend to be shorter. It's not a complaint, it's just a statement of fact. Not being bound by the game's lore, what backstory would I make for my Warrior of Light before being chosen? That's a good question. I like to think that I was a streamer in another world who tried to discuss and analyze video games and other works of fiction while doing so with a pretty awesome crew of people. But then I got called into this world and I became the Warrior of Light. Well met. I am Roy DeLoyne, a humble botanist plying his trade in these bleak lands. Botany is not simply my livelihood, I consider it my true calling. I even have a cutie mark for it. Needless to say, I was devastated to hear the news about Fufucha. All hope is not lost, however, as I've hit upon an idea. Tell me, are you familiar with the spruce tree? I do not blame you if you are not. It is a rare sight these days, as Fufucha would tell it. In the years before the calamity, vast forests of spruce would stretch for malms and malms. What spruce trees you see today are the results of her efforts to bring the flora of ages past back to Eorzea. Perhaps her seeing her at work has borne fruit, and it'll convince her not to abandon her life. Knowing her as I do, the gesture would mean most if you harvested it. So, you have to do these specific things in order to get it, and I've only been at 9 a.m. Oh, hey, look, I happen to have it on me. Remarkable gathering, Laura. I see Fufucha has trained you well. I had a mind to deliver them to Fufucha straight away, but I just received some troubling news. You have heard that we and Kurthus are locked in a war with the dragons, have you not? Yeah, you won't shut up about it. A recent dragon raid, has left many soldiers and settlers without shelter. A carpenter in the area is doing all he can to construct new lodgings, but lumber is in short supply. I share your concern for Fufucha, but I'm sure you agree our first priority as botanist is to help those in need. Please seek out the carpenter and deliver him the spruce logs. Okay. What unique weapon would you give a flesh crafter class? First of all, gross. Dagger. One dagger, just by itself. Yes, the off chance you're blind or stupid, I'm a busy man. Busy doing what? Searching for lumber! We have no ends of houses that need being rebuilt after being smashed to bits by those damned dragons. Or haven't you noticed there's a war going on here? Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I've no time for chit-chat. Take a look around. These aren't hospitable lands. Without shelter, people will die. They will die horribly. Screaming in horrific agony. Is there not a single sturdy log left in all the highlands? Why, I've never seen lumber like this. Where in the 12's Woods did you find this? That lumber will save lives. That is not enough for a house or even a door. I'm just gonna be real here. These trees will save lives? You bet they will, Missy. Speaking of which, whom do I have the pleasure of addressing? My name matters not. I'm a humble botanist, nothing more. I would bid you speak to my college Reudelin at the Timberlord's Lodge. He'll see that you never want for lumber. I don't know who you are, miss, but I'm glad we met. The gods are truly watching over us today. Now we can go murder more dragons, and heretics, and Ixal, and ogres, and Garleans, and... Shall we go for a walk, Lore? Yeah, sure. Do you want to just sit on my shoulder? I don't mind, really. When Yanni suggested I travel to Kurthus, I had not the slightest idea what she had in mind. The moment I laid eyes on the forest, I remembered. This was your intent, was it not, Lore? You and Yaddy and Reudeloin. Your gentle concern for my faltering heart is not lost on me, nor is the meaning of this forest. The trees themselves speak volumes. The seeds, the art of botany, the love and reverence for nature we brought to Ishgard have taken roots in the lands and the hearts of the people, and grown strong. Strong indeed. As strong as the majestic spruce that we once graced these snow-swept highlands. To my knowledge, no, Cashel. I'm just going to answer that right now. The spruces that will now provide shelter and comfort to those who have been ravaged by war. I'm sorry, I love how much faster she's taking steps than I am. It makes sense, it's just kind of funny. Like the 12's Wood, this forest has suffered greatly in these times of strife, and yet this forest has strength. A strength that is harbored since time immemorial, and one it shares with us. A strength that goes beyond logs or herbs. I must never forget the lessons we have learned here today. On the contrary, I must share what I have discovered here, and hope might take root again in the hearts of our countrymen.
We will defeat the Garleans, and the dragons, and everyone!
Now that being said, there is an answer for how Ishgard manages. There are actually chunks of land around Ishgard, not here, closer to up here, in this area, that are a little bit more habitable with regards to resource generation, and Ishgard itself is pretty rich. So they are a pretty big importer, and they tend to import through Gridania, and Gridania tends to make a whole lot of food. There's also an implication, which is not confirmed, that after we defeated Bahamut and all that ether went back into the land would be sufficiently more prosperous as to allow survival in general to be a little bit less of a horrible thing. Which would naturally affect Ishgard as well as everywhere else. I'm gonna get like 10 minutes to eat lunch and then I'm gonna go back into it, but whatever. I knew what I was getting into. Do you hear, Lore? The leaves whisper to us, welcoming us home. To think I almost turned my back on them forever. The battle raged on, and the forest will not go unscathed. Gridanian and Ixal hack away at innocent branches and uproot flowers and shrubs for their own self-seeking causes. The sadness, the powerlessness is at times too great to bear. And yet, if I were to walk away, who would tend the wounded forest in my stead? There's only so much that a lone botanist can accomplish, and yet every seed that is planted, every tree that takes root, brings us one step closer to a future where we live in harmony with the forest. In my pain and frustration, my eyes have blinded us to this truth. Thanks to you all, I see again. Rest easy, I will remain here at the Growery. How can I not? The forest needs every friend it can muster in these dark times, and it would seem I still have much to learn. I would be honored to continue to walk the path of the botanist with you. Not as a guildmaster or apprentice, but as peers, fellow shepherds of the forest. And that is that arc. Okay. Now we break for lunch.